Chapter 10, 81. It's hard to let go of the obsession to live. In the spot where the eastern devil birds, Dao altar had once stood, there was now pure pandemonium. To countless devil bird cultivators, that Dao altar was something of immense significance, and now it had collapsed as a huge branch snaked up, with a fruit on its end. All onlookers were shaken to the core. That was especially true when Grand Emperor Devilbird, who had been seated atop the Dao altar, suddenly blurred away into nothing. As it turned out, he had been nothing but an illusory projection, and because of its Grand Emperor personhood, no one in the crowd had picked up on any clues otherwise. It was only when the Dao altar collapsed and the aura of a Dao fruit erupted into the open that people could see the truth. An illusory tempest spun into being, and everyone in the area felt a sensation of extreme uneasiness, something instinctive that came from within their life force itself. One reason for the uneasiness was the dramatic turn of events. The other reason was the sound of tolling bells that filled the Devilbird holy land. It was an ancient sound that shook heaven and earth. They were bells of war. The collapse of the Dao altar was apparently some sort of signal. At that moment, the humans and the Fire Moon Dark Heavens rose up from the revered ancient mainland and unleashed the full fury of war onto the two holy lands that floated above them. In an instant, heaven and earth devolved into great chaos. As chaos reigned outside, disorder was also raging inside of the Dao fruit. As nether flame howled from within the bone cauldron, a deafening, rumbling sound echoed out, resulting in intense vibrations. Ernyu, incarnated in countless worms, was hit by the force coming from the cauldron. One by one, the worms started exploding. Inside the cauldron, Netherflame seemed to react to the might of the Dao fruit, and once again reached a state of balance. Power began to rise explosively within him. The rumbling got so intense that it seemed like the lid of the cauldron was about to be blasted open. The cauldron lid vibrated, then cracks started to appear in it. Golden light shone out from within the cracks. Grand Emperor Netherflame was just about to break free. At that critical moment, the world fragment that contained the Empress surged with force. Simultaneously, the remaining blue worms outside the cauldron madly absorbed the rest of the crystals Xu Qing had sent over. Then they shouted, "I'm not afraid of you, bitch! Third life." The transparent sea below seethed. The boundless water was covered with huge waves as the entire sea turned into a whirlpool. An ancient aura then began to rise up from within the whirlpool. Before, his body had exploded and dropped down into the water. But the reality was that Ernyu had just been looking for pieces of his third life body there. The downsides had been that he had very limited time and also wasn't actually strong enough at the moment. Because of that, he couldn't quickly put all the pieces together. But then Xu Qing gave him the last of the essence crystals. Xu Qing was able to use that essence to craft an immortal body. But it was something equally precious to Ernyu. It could nourish him and help him to release more of his sealing marks, and it enabled him to rapidly absorb memories from his third life. As he absorbed the essence, he gained the power to make the initial call to his third life. An instant later, frigid flames erupted from the whirlpool of the transparent sea. Then, a huge black hand suddenly reached out from the whirlpool. It was not true and real. Rather, it was illusory, but it emanated an aura that was extremely ancient and at the same time pulsed with unparalleled ferocity. It looked extremely Gruish. It resembled a hand, except that the middle finger had a head on it. The ring and index fingers were bent like arms, while the pinky and thumb were like legs. In the palm was a gaping, blood-red mouth. What was more, the hand was actually covered with innumerable black hairs. It looked incredibly fierce, even horrendous. This was a projection of Ernyu's third life. It was the very same megavillain that Grand Emperor Immortal's skill had refined. In response to Ernyu's summons, it rose up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it reached the bone cauldron and made contact with it. "Be refined," Ernyu howled. The cauldron trembled, then went still. Then, before Ernyu even had a chance to start preening, an intense force burst out from the interior of the cauldron. Deafening rumbling rocked the surroundings. Ernyu's third life projection blurred as if it might collapse. After all, this wasn't truly his third life, but just a projection of it. Using it to suppress the power of the terrifying nether flame wasn't going to be easy. Just when it looked like Erneu's third life projection was going to collapse, Xu Qing finished fusing with all 7 of his major worlds. Without any hesitation, he burst into motion. He appeared right next to Erneu's third life projection, his eyes gleaming. Extending his right hand, he pushed down onto the trembling bone cauldron. Then he spoke in a booming voice. Extreme metal, extreme wood, extreme water, extreme fire, extreme earth. 5 of the 7 worlds hovering behind him erupted, and it looked as if 5 crystal fragments suddenly let loose the power of the 5 elements, which crushed down onto the cauldron. Next, the remaining 2 worlds were unleashed. Extreme space, extreme time. A piercing cry echoed out from inside the cauldron. But then, Xu Qing and Erneu both reacted with surprise as a supremely terrifying force erupted from within the cauldron. It was a force that seemed capable of smashing through anything and everything. It was as if all obstacles were meaningless compared to it. The lid of the cauldron blasted open, and Xu Qing and Erneu were sent tumbling backward. Then, nether flame floated up inside as he prepared to emerge. No matter how strong the 2 of them were, it was insignificant compared to nether flame. Voice hoarse, he said, "All of you." But right then, the world fragment containing the Empress exploded. It pulsed with the explosive aura of a god. It turned into a massive shockwave that swept through the world. At the same time, the Empress stepped out, reaching the cauldron in an instant and shoving it down with great force. Ripples and distortions spread. Peak altar god power was released without any restraint. Xu Qing and Erneu didn't hesitate to shoot backward to get away from the field of battle. They knew that the forces which were about to be unleashed surpassed them by far. The Empress' action caused Netherflame's eyes to become bloodshot as he waved his hand in response, dispelling the attack power. An instant later, a shocking, ancient planet appeared behind the Empress. The planet's mere presence caused wild winds to scream and filled the area with a sky-obfuscating, land-enshrouding will. 5 figures were seated cross-legged on the surface of the planet. Those 5 figures were gods, as well as past emperors of humankind. Eastglory, Sageheaven, Mirror Cloud, Tao Life, Dark War. They unleashed the full force of their god power into the ancient planet beneath. Meanwhile, the shattered world fragment in the distance was no longer blurry. It was now possible to see how damaged it had become during the fighting. Also visible was the beheaded corpse of Netherflame's clone. Also present was Grand Emperor Devilbird, coughing up blood and badly injured. Devilbird looked at the Empress, then at the surrounding world. His face was as pale as death. This grotto heaven is actually made from a Mannywonder's Smolder Life Dao fruit. Mannywonder's Smolder Life Dao fruits are able to resurrect anything under the level of a true god. One such Dao fruit can be used 3 times. However, it can only be used once in a lifetime by any given person. Considering how withered the fruit looks, Netherflame must have already used it. It looks like after being used another time, it will disappear forever. So that's how Netherflame managed to come back to life, and that's also what the Empress is here for. Blood sprayed out of Devilbird's mouth as he staggered backward. Meanwhile, the Empress hovered above the bone cauldron, looking down at Netherflame. Netherflame's body was currently 50% violet, 30% gold, and 20% green. She couldn't tell where the violet was coming from, but the gold was from a drop of water and the green came from a Dao fruit. The Empress' gaze hardened. She had been holding back this entire time. She had not gone all out. One reason was that her opponent had a spectacularly powerful cultivation base. The other reason was that she knew she would only have one chance to achieve her true objective here, and she would not accept failure. Her original plan had not accounted for the variables presented by Xu Qing and Erneu. Originally, Netherflame was supposed to try to possess Devilbird, whereupon she would join forces with Devilbird to achieve her objective. Although Netherflame was strong, she knew she could handle him. But things didn't go according to plan. Xu Qing and Erniu did present new variables, and then circumstances shifted. Netherflame changed his mind, and instead of trying to possess Devilbird, had decided to cooperate with him, and he had decided to try to possess Xu Qing. Therefore, the Empress had just waited and watched for the opportunity to come. The Empress didn't believe the new variables to be negatives. Whether it was Erniu's third life or Xu Qing's strange fleshly body, they actually just made her more confident that her plan would succeed. That was why she had just waited patiently. It was only when Netherflame broke free and revealed the power of the Many-Wonder's Smolder Life Dao fruit that the opportunity the Empress had been waiting for finally arrived. She actually wanted Netherflame to take this action, to reveal the Dao fruit. Thus, the Empress' action just now was actually her unhesitatingly revealing the contingency measures she'd had in place the entire time. Her contingency plan was humankind's planet Ancient Emperor. In terms of personhood, it was the most precious treasure humankind possessed. And with the blessing of the 5 human gods, the precious treasure was unleashing astonishing power. Rumbling sounds echoed out as planet Ancient Emperor exerted crushing force. Netherflame's howl echoed back and forth. He wanted to break free, but before he could, the Empress bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out some god blood. She also unhesitatingly unleashed all the power of her god altar to prevent Netherflame from breaking free. Next, a vortex appeared within planet Ancient Emperor. The power of the planet, as well as the power of the 5 human emperors, along with the might of the Empress' god altar, caused Netherflame to be devoured by the planet. Netherflame was sealed. Having accomplished that, a gleam of human nature appeared in the Empress's eyes. She had become she. For this entire time, her goal had not been to go all out to kill Netherflame, nor had her goal been Netherflame's soul. She had been waiting for her opponent to take out the Dao fruit, and then, by means of planet Ancient Emperor, she would isolate him from the outside world. And that, in turn, would cut away his connection to the Many-Wonder's Smolder Life Dao fruit. At least temporarily, the Dao fruit would have no karmic connections to anything. In that way, she would finally have the chance to reach her true goal. "Grand Emperor," she murmured. She waved her hand, and a majestic statue flew out from inside her body. It grew larger and larger above the surface of the sea. The sea water seethed. It was a statue of Grand Emperor Swordsage. Xu Qing looked at it, his heart pounding with both anxiety and excitement. He could now guess what the Empress was trying to do. Ever since the Empress reached godly ascension, her eyes had been calm and placid. Now, those eyes looked at the statue with longing like that of a child to a parent. "Come back," she said softly. She was attempting to resurrect Grand Emperor Swordsage, Chapter 1082, Mountains Tremble, Memories Remain. She had started out as a mortal, without even the ability to practice cultivation. However, it was her strengths and talents that allowed humankind to finally complete their Dawning Suns project, which gave them the precious treasure they needed to stand tall as a species. That alone made her an outstanding person. But she was relatively unknown among humankind. Few people were aware of her existence, and all of the glory for the Dawning Suns went to her husband. After becoming the Empress, she had 2 sons. She lived for her husband, sharing his worries and supporting him through his woes. She didn't think twice about living solely for her husband and sons, but in the end, she was ripped away from her sons and brutally killed by her own husband. Her husband had mercilessly done whatever he could to try to reach godly ascension. She didn't realize where she had gone wrong, nor did she understand why things ended up that way for her. And the grief and helplessness she felt about her life up to that point became a part of her soul. In the past, she had knelt and prayed to the Holy Lands. The Holy Lands had never answered. She had prostrated to the nobility to beg for help. The nobility had ignored her. She had wept, she had gnashed her teeth. She wallowed in sorrow, she had remained silent. Eventually, on the evening when she reached the end of her life in the Imperial Palace, she had collapsed in front of the statue of Grand Emperor Swordsage, and there she shed her last tear. The tear rolled down her cheek and landed on the ground. She heard the sound of it splashing, and then she heard a sigh that echoed with fate. Humankind shouldn't be like this. Child, humanity has let you down. Then she saw someone walking toward her. It was someone she would never be able to forget. Behind her, the source of her sorrow was cut down by a sword. It was a sword that could sever fate, and a sword that could change everything. The Grand Emperor, she murmured, like a father. At the darkest moment in her life, Grand Emperor Swordsage saved her. In the most sorrowful time in her life, Grand Emperor Swordsage gave her hope. When she seemed most confused about the meaning of life, it was Grand Emperor Swordsage who gave her a cultivation base. He gave humankind to her. That was when she became Dark War. She led humankind to prominence. And then, with the Grand Emperor backing her up, she removed her mask and became a god, and the only empress to ever reign over humankind. It was not my desire to safeguard humankind. That was your wish, Grand Emperor, but it became my desire. As the Empress looked at the statue, the longing in her heart grew stronger, and along with it came determination. She wanted to resurrect the Grand Emperor who had been like a father to her. It was you, sir, who brought me out of despair. Today I will help you return from death. The Empress' eyes shone with bright light. As Devilbird trembled, as Planet Ancient Emperor rumbled, as Erniu looked on incredulously, and as Xu Qing watched excitedly. She took a step forward and hovered in midair. I am the Empress of humankind. I have gathered the destiny of all humans in revered ancient. And today, the Empress' gaze seemed to pass out of the world and into revered ancient to look at all humankind. I hereby call to all humans to remember Grand Emperor Swordsage and turn those memories into his human spiritual soul. The words cracked like thunder, spreading to all human lands to enter the minds of all humans. That included the Imperial region and everything around it. All humans felt their memories stirring wildly as thoughts of Grand Emperor Swordsage rose within them. As long as people remembered him, it was possible that he could return. And who could possibly forget about Grand Emperor Swordsage? After ancient Emperor Dark Serenity left, he chose to stay behind to safeguard humankind. He was the one who spared humanity from being devoured by non-humans. He was the one who had protected humankind countless times in battle. His true form eventually fell in battle, but his clone remained behind, and even it had beheaded gods to keep humanity in peace. Stories of his countless deadly battles spread far and wide. Even in his last days, he had used the power of his sword to strike fear into the hearts of non-humans. There was no doubt about it. Without him, humankind would have been destroyed. His life had been soaked in blood, but at the same time, he was the history of humankind after the departure of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Who could forget this Grand Emperor? And thus, memories of him became shimmering motes of light that rose from within all humans. The motes flew up to the Devilbird Holy Land and began to gather at the Dao fruit. Motes of light even emerged from Xu Qing's mind as he remembered Grand Emperor Swordsage. And those countless motes of light began to form into the human spiritual soul of Grand Emperor Swordsage, which entered the statue. The Grand Emperor spent his life protecting our species and our lands, the Empress said. And today, I call on the spirits in all human lands to become the earthly spiritual soul of the Grand Emperor. The Empress's voice rang with a note of command, causing human lands throughout revered ancient to react. Mountains, rivers, soil, and buildings all began to tremble. Heaven had spirits. Naturally speaking, so did earth. The spirits responded to the call, becoming motes of light that shot up in marvelous fashion from revered ancient. As countless cultivators in the Devilbird Holy Land looked on in shock, and as innumerable human cultivators trembled excitedly, they entered the Dao fruit and the statue of the Grand Emperor. The spiritual soul is made of 3 parts: heavenly, earthly, human. I hereby summon the destiny aura of humankind that has struggled defiantly from the time of Eastglory onward, and it will be the heavenly spiritual soul of the Grand Emperor. Heaven and earth in human lands throughout, revered ancient trembled as the destiny aura of humankind rose up into the clouds. Ignoring any attempts of Devilbird cultivators to stop it, It bypassed all obstacles in decisive and domineering fashion. And it entered the Dao fruit and the statue of Grand Emperor Swordsage. The statue trembled. As of now, the memories of the species had formed the human spiritual soul. The lands and rivers and mountains had formed the earthly spiritual soul, and the boundless destiny aura had formed the heavenly spiritual soul. 3 spiritual souls had combined. This act of resurrection was meaningful to the Empress, but it was also meaningful to humankind as a whole. Beyond that, it was also meaningful to the human emperors. There are 3 spiritual souls. There are 7 physical souls. The Empress turned to look at planet Ancient Emperor and the 5 past emperors seated cross-legged there. The moment she did so, the 5 emperors opened their eyes and looked back at her. Ordinarily, it would be difficult to find a physical soul for the Grand Emperor. He lived his life for humankind. Therefore, since the memories, land, and destiny aura of humankind formed the 3 spiritual souls, then the successive emperors will make the physical souls. The first physical soul is the heavenly hub. Let my past become the first physical soul. The Empress lifted her right hand and viciously chopped it down on herself. That action resulted in her body becoming somewhat illusory. She was severing her past to make the first physical soul, which then entered the statue of the Grand Emperor. The second physical soul provides rationality and intelligence. Emperor Mirror Cloud. On planet Ancient Emperor, Emperor Mirror Cloud flew up, becoming a mysterious glow that entered the statue. The third physical soul acts as energy. Emperor Dao Life. Dao Life rose, took a step forward, and entered the statue. The fourth physical gives power. Emperor East Glory. East Glory shot up into the sky and turned into a physical soul. The fifth physical soul is the backbone. Let it be formed by my future. Looking more decisive than ever, the Empress severed her future to form the backbone of the Grand Emperor's physical souls. The sixth physical soul makes the quintessence, Emperor Sageheaven. Sageheaven closed his eyes and turned into a white beam of light that made the Grand Emperor's physical soul origin. The seventh physical soul stands for heroism, Emperor Dark War. Dark War looked up, his eyes glimmering with shame and guilt. He stood. He was willing to become the seventh physical soul. As of this moment, the 3 spiritual souls had united, and the 7 physical souls were complete. The Grand Emperor's statue trembled, the surrounding world shook, and the Devilbird Holy Land quaked. Some distance away, Grand Emperor Devilbird could guess what was coming next. His expression flickered, revealing sorrow. But in the end, he chose to retreat. He would leave the world of the Dao fruit. Once outside, he sighed deeply. He knew that he was powerless to turn things around, and thus, his best option was to get away as quickly as possible and take as many of his direct bloodline as possible away from the Holy Land. Pub Future ads. As he left, the Empress within the world of the Dao fruit turned a cold expression to the outside. Taking in the entire Devilbird Holy Land, she lifted her right hand. I will not allow myself to fail. This Dao fruit is already withered. Therefore, I hereby sacrifice all living beings in the Devilbird Holy Land. Let them become nutrients for the Many-Wonders Smolder Life Dao fruit. The Empress' words echoed from within the world of the Dao fruit to the entirety of the Devilbird Holy Land. They spread out, reaching even the 10th Imperial Sovereign Mountain that the Empress had once occupied. And that caused some concealment magics she had left behind on the mountain to vanish. At that point, it turned into a god mountain, and a god magic that the Empress had left in the works there was suddenly activated. It was a god magic that could strip away the concept of night and replace it with light. It was as if a sun were dawning over the Devilbird Holy Land. Wherever the light passed, the air rippled and distorted. Howls of anguish echoed out. Everything was being turned into a god domain. With Grand Emperor Devilbird on the run, there was nothing the inhabitants of the Devilbird Holy Land could do to stop the impending catastrophe. In the face of an altar god, anyone under the Grand Emperor level was like an ant. The light shining in the Devilbird Holy Land made it almost like a new star that caught the attention of everyone in revered Ancient. The Empress was not holding back any of her peak altar god power. It poured into the Tao fruit, filling its veins, filling its natural cycles, and creating a force of attraction that exploded out to cover the devil bird holy land. All life force would be sucked in, all souls, all flesh and blood. Numerous devil bird cultivators that Grand Emperor Devil Bird had left behind were hit by the light and the force of attraction. They were instantly killed in body and soul, transformed into a bloody paste that was sucked into the Tao fruit. As more flesh and blood converged, and as catastrophe filled the devil bird holy land, the previously withered Tao fruit began to become plump and glistening once again. This made it clearer than ever that the Empress had veins of steel. Without even the slightest hesitation, she waved her finger to connect the Tao fruit to the Grand Emperor. Then she spoke in a low voice. Manywander's smolder life. The Tao fruit, which has absorbed countless bits of flesh and blood, shivered. Then magical symbols became visible on its surface, and they began spinning. The gate of reincarnation was being opened. It was as if a path of life were being forged. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. The void rumbled loudly. Then, the Tao fruit once again withered visibly, as all of the nutrients inside were swept into the statue of the Grand Emperor. The statue now had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. It had life force brewing in it, and when the nutrients reached a certain level, it would undergo a mysterious transformation. The clay that made the statue was now glittering brightly, as if it was about to turn into flesh and blood. A sense of reanimation erupted within it, and Grand Emperor Swordsage's familiar aura became manifest. The aura grew stronger and stronger. It burst out of the world of the Tao fruit, piercing into the devil bird holy land, and shaking the entire revered ancient mainland. It attracted the attention of countless eyes. The Empress looked very excited, as did Xu Qing. However, even as everyone looked on, the statue trembled, and that seemingly indomitable aura suddenly destabilized and started collapsing. "No!" screamed the Empress, her eyes turning red. Chapter 1083, The Willingness to Let Go Leads to True Rebirth. Many times in life, it can be difficult to give up on something just because it's hard. That refusal to give up could even be called obsession. That was especially true of matters of life or death, that of others, that of oneself, obsession with life or death, the inability to let it go. In such instances, there is always hope. However, there are many times in which there is no hope, only despair. Sadly, in many instances, despair becomes the main theme. The world is a cold place. Heaven and earth are indifferent. For example, just as the flame of his life force flickered within the statue of Grand Emperor Swordsage, the statue started crumbling. It was like a lamp that had run out of oil. There just wasn't a way to light it. It didn't matter that the devil bird holy land had been sacrificed. It didn't matter that the Manywander's smolder life Tao fruit had been awoken. Those things changed nothing. And yet the Empress' pure obsession could be heard in the words echoing in heaven and earth, turning into a reverberation of defiance like that cry of 1,000 mountains. The Empress was a god, but gods were clearly not omnipotent. She even bit her tongue, causing god blood to spray out and soak her body. God blood became life force. An incantation gesture ignited it, and it poured into the statue of the Grand Emperor. Xu Qing didn't hesitate for an instant to do the same. He sent out his own life force, contained in his blood. He used his strength, his Tao, and everything about himself to help the Grand Emperor. Even Ernyu sighed, and lent his strength as well. Unfortunately, none of that made much of a difference in the end. It was as if there was a massive ravine separating life and death. The statue's aura continued to collapse. As of this moment, there was no way to stop the resurrection ceremony from failing. Pain and bitterness filled the world. How can this be happening? The Empress, however, was not ready to give up. It didn't matter that all signs pointed to impending failure. She still unleashed the full power of her god altar. She did everything she possibly could to turn things around. At almost the exact same instant that she was about to harm herself by tapping too deeply into her own strength, an ancient voice echoed within the world of the Tao fruit. "Silly child. The familiar voice caused a tremor to pass through Xu Qing. Countless memories flashed through his mind. At the same time, the Empress struggled to control her breathing. That voice was the source of her human nature. Xu Qing and the Empress looked at the statue simultaneously. As the statue's energy crumbled, the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls ceased moving for a moment. Then their momentum surged again. This time, there was no obstacle. They returned to their peak, and Swordsid's aura erupted into the world, an aura that belonged to a peak Grand Emperor. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, winds screamed, the world trembled, the Holy Land shook. The full revered ancient mainland was affected. Even to the naked eye, it was possible to see the statue transforming into flesh and blood until a figure was visible. He opened his eyes. Grand Emperor Swordsid. He stood on the surface of the transparent sea looking very, very old. An aura of death surrounded him, but he stood tall and straight. His gaze was soft as he looked at the world around him. Then he looked out of the Devilbird Holy Land and toward humankind. He saw all of the places where humans lived. He saw the people standing there. He gazed at the mountains and rivers, at the destiny aura, at everything. Everything that had happened in revered ancient since he perished was now pouring into his mind by means of the heavenly Taos and all the living beings. He came to know that the Holy Lands had arrived after his death. He came to know that war had broken out. He came to know it all. Something fierce arose within him as he came to understand everything. It swirled out of him, affecting all heaven and earth. And yet, off in the distance, Xu Qing and Empress Summer Departure simply couldn't control the grief in their hearts as they looked at the Grand Emperor. That was because the Grand Emperor was inundated with an intense aura of death. Tears flowed down the Empress' face. She knew that in the end, she was still going to fail. The Grand Emperor had not been fully resurrected. The power of the Maniwonder's smolder life Tao fruit and the strength of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls was only enough to bring him back to life temporarily. Xu Qing felt like someone was squeezing down on his heart. Indescribable emotions filled him, including bitterness and emptiness. "Oh, you too," the Grand Emperor said with a sigh as he looked away from the outside world and focused tenderly on Xu Qing and the Empress. "My summer." 1. The Empress looked up. At that moment, she wasn't a god. She wasn't an empress. She was the fragile young woman of years past that had just been rescued by the Grand Emperor. The tears flowing down her face made it difficult to see the fatherly figure in front of her. "You've done very well," the Grand Emperor said hoarsely. "You've done more than enough." He strode over to the Empress and tousled her hair, his eyes full of warmth, as if she were his own daughter. "It's just that your omniscience can't tell you everything about me. The history books only talk about how my true form perished and my clone twalled to safeguard humankind. The truth about why it all happened was erased. By me. The reality is that back when I waged war against the god species from the central part of revered ancient, I did succeed in preventing humankind from being enslaved. But the price to pay was immense. It wasn't just my true form that perished. My clone also died in the fighting. After I perished, an old friend of mine used the Maniwonder's smolder life to resurrect me after the battle was over. That act of resurrection both failed and succeeded. It failed because the Tao fruit only gives a chance at a resurrection. It can't guarantee it, and thus my true form did not return. You can say it succeeded, though, because my perished clone was resurrected. The point is that my clone already used the Maniwonder's smolder life Tao fruit to come back to life. I can't use it a second time. The failure of this resurrection attempt is no fault of yours, my summer. The Grand Emperor spoke slowly and softly as he attempted to soothe Summer Departure's emotions. He didn't want the child whose life he had saved to end up regretting a failure for the rest of her days. He needed her to understand that the failure wasn't due to her or her lack of effort. The Empress bit her lip as she listened to the explanation. Finally, the Grand Emperor sighed and tousled her hair again. Then he looked at Xu Qing, whose face was tinged with bitterness. "Xu Qing, you haven't disappointed me." Xu Qing bowed his head. Heart filled with grief, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. The Grand Emperor smiled as he looked at the Empress and Xu Qing. They were his successors. One had inherited his cultivation base, while the other had inherited the Emperor's sword. He was very pleased with both of them and didn't feel an ounce of regret in picking them. And yet, he still had some concerns about humankind. He was concerned about the people he had spent his life protecting. I understand everything now. The Dao fruit can't fully resurrect me, but it has brought me back temporarily, and the body I've returned in is not limited by the shackles of the star ring. I've returned to my peak, and that will do very nicely. The Grand Emperor smiled. It had been a very, very long time since he had felt this free. In fact, it was a sensation that he didn't remember experiencing since the time his true form had been alive. In his waning years, he had always been struggling with lingering injuries and had spent most of his time in slumber. And even when he did wake up to do something, he felt exhaustion deep in his soul. Because of that, he could never wield his sword to his heart's content. He always had to be careful and maintain absolute control, always holding back his final sword move. It had all been extremely exhausting. Even in his final battle when he had longed to hold nothing back, he had been unable to. The responsibility of safeguarding humankind was a weight like that of a mountain, and he had borne it for a lifetime. He had always wanted to let everything go and fight like he had when he was young. I suppose I don't have much time left. The Grand Emperor grinned and reached his right hand toward planet Ancient Emperor up above. He waved his finger, and the planet started rumbling and shaking. Then it began to spin, causing the sealed bone cauldron to appear. The lid of the cauldron opened. A distorted figure shot out. It was none other than Netherflame. His expression was ferocious as he opened his mouth, but then his face fell as he spotted Grand Emperor Swordsage. His pupils constricted, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Given the current state of his battle prowess, he could sense that Grand Emperor Swordsage was an extremely dangerous threat to him. This clearly isn't a summer immortal, but the sense I'm getting is that this person is incredibly terrifying. Scalp tingling, Netherflame shot backward to flee. He was too slow. The Grand Emperor's gaze fell upon him. A screaming sound filled the world as the most spectacular stream of sword energy imaginable erupted from within Netherflame's fleshly body. Netherflame couldn't stop it. Sword energy towered into the sky, shattering the clouds. It was the Emperor's sword. The sword glittered with might that stunned Netherflame to the core. It did not slice through him. It hovered above the top of his head before lowering to touch him. Netherflame shivered from head to toe. A terrifying power surged out of the sword like a wave. It smashed into his fleshly body with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force, slamming right into his soul. This is as strong as a summer immortal. That was the last thing Netherflame thought before his soul shattered. His soul did not form anew. Swordsage grabbed it, and Netherflame's senses turned dark. The Grand Emperor waved a hand to send the soul flying toward the Empress. It's a good soul. It absorbed a lot of the karma from Xu Qing's fleshly body. You can sacrifice it in the future. The Grand Emperor smiled as he flicked his sleeve, sending the fleshly body to Xu Qing. Xu Qing, your current body has immortal troves. This body has god troves. Going forward, you can advance on both the path of gods and the path of immortals. Though I never walked that path myself, from what I can tell, it is infinite. But that's a good thing. There are two different paths, one of the extreme immortal, the other of the extreme god. In the case of the latter, as long as you successfully gain enlightenment of godly authority, then you can ignite godfare and become a god. And most likely, a very powerful god. Xu Qing took hold of his god body. He looked at the Grand Emperor, his heart full of sorrow. He owed too much to the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor smiled. Don't look like that, you two. I'm very happy. My summer, Xu Qing. Are the two of you willing to help an old man wield his sword one last time? The Empress took a deep breath and then forced a nod. Xu Qing steeled his gaze and bowed. We're willing, Senior. Laughing heartily, the Grand Emperor waved his hand. The sky opened and the devil bird Holy Land trembled. And then he took his 2 successors away with him. He left the Devilbird Holy Land, piercing through the air with astonishing speed as he went into the direction of the 3 holy lands hovering above the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. I have a sword that can sever heaven and break open the earth. The Grand Emperor's proud words echoed in revered ancient. In different parts of the revered ancient mainland, various ancient gods opened their eyes from slumber and looked at the figure in the sky that was familiar to all of them. That included Yu Liachen. For a brief moment, all of them felt like they were tens of thousands of years in the past, when a young man with a sword in his hand had traveled the world fighting the gods. Swordsage. One Swordsage actually takes one of the characters of her name and adds to it, which creates a sort of cute, tender, and intimate form of address. But since her imperial name is translated, adding the doesn't really work. Summerer or departure rare would be ridiculous. So I'm going to have him address her as my summer in order to convey that intimacy that the Chinese has. I know it's not perfect, but I feel that leaving out that little touch would be a shame. Chapter 1084, No Remorse, No Guilt, No Regrets. Few people can easily predict how long they will live. That's especially true when life is brutal. One slip-up or one deadly fight can end everything. Even powerful gods could perish. Even Grand Emperor Swordsage had eventually reached the end of the line. However, the length of one's life wasn't the most important factor in determining how amazing that life was. As was said, the world is a tavern for living beings, and the timescape is an old guest. 1. The most important thing was to examine what one had experienced in life. Each person had their own path to walk. It was the only freedom that all living beings controlled. Grand Emperor Swordsage had safeguarded humankind for ages and ages. Though he couldn't change how things would end for him, his life experience was something that all humans would remember. That was glory, that was greatness. Today, as the flame of his life force flickered one last time, he let go of everything. It was like a rebirth in which he felt completely unrestrained and unfettered. The spark of life force within him glittered even more brightly. It was now possible to catch a glimpse of how high-spirited and full of mettle he had been years ago. My summer, Xu Qing, I don't want your futures to be like this. But given that I've lived this way, I want to share with you something that I've learned. As Grand Emperor Swordsage led the way through the revered ancient mainland with Xu Qing and the Empress in tow, he softly said, No remorse, no guilt, no regrets. Work as hard as you possibly can in life. If you do, then no matter how things end, you will have no remorse about your obsessions. Listen to your heart. If you do, then no matter how you advance on your path, you will have light in your life, and that means you'll have no guilt. If you succeed in those 2 things, then regardless of the people you encounter or the decisions you make, you'll have no regrets. If you can live by those 6 words, then your life will be meaningful. You will not have lived in vain. As Grand Emperor Swordsage's words echoed out into heaven and earth, the Empress and Xu Qing heard them and were deeply affected. The Grand Emperor really had lived by those 6 words. He had safeguarded humankind for years on end. He had worked hard, and he had no regrets no matter what happened. He had listened to his heart, and the light within him had never been tarnished. It spilled onto the path forward, becoming radiance free of any guilt. That was how he had chosen to live, and he was now explaining it to Xu Qing and the Empress. He had no regrets. He laughed, and the sound echoed through heaven and earth, even reaching the 3 holy lands that were fighting the countless members of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people and their 3 gods. A total of 16 celestial-level holy lands had come to revered ancient, and they had split up into 4 groups of 4, which aligned with the 4 cardinal directions. As for the east of revered ancient, one of the 4 holy lands had gone to deal with humankind, while the other 3 went to the Fire Moon Darkheavens. At the moment, those 3 holy lands were trembling. The 3 gods of the Fire Moons were visibly moved. Without any hesitation, they led their people into retreat, opening a path that led directly to the 3 holy lands. The Grand Emperors of the 3 holy lands were shaking inside, and their expressions were unprecedentedly grave. All of them looked out and saw the same thing. They saw Empress Summer departure. They saw Xu Qing, and they saw the person in front of those two. He held a long sword and wore a voluminous robe, and despite being old, he stood tall and straight. The old man pulsed with a strong aura of death, but his soul emanated radiance that the death aura couldn't cover up. In fact, it illuminated the entire sky over revered ancient. Summer immortal. That was what all of the grand emperors in the 3 holy lands were thinking. It caused their hearts to pound and their faces to turn ashen. They weren't the only ones who were astonished. The holy lands actually shook. Countless holy lands cultivators felt like their minds would explode as Grand Emperor Swordsage hefted his sword. When he had been young, Swordsage's dream had been to simply travel the world and expunge it of evil. He had still been a young man when he became a Grand Emperor, and thus he had traveled far and wide cutting down gods and exterminating wickedness. He and his sword had left a lasting mark on heaven and earth. In his later years, when he thought back on his life, he spent most of his time thinking about those days. Right now, such concepts seemed to overlap with his current self, as if his memories and the present had become fused into one. And therefore, he hefted his sword in a way that looked comfortable, carefree, and at ease. His sword shone with sword light that illuminated the dome of heaven. It filled the void and became like the will of heaven. It brought an incomparably domineering momentum that could shatter the sky, crush the earth, and devastate all enemies. It landed on the nearest holy land. That particular holy land looked like a planet. A deafening rumbling sound echoed out, as if an unstoppable tempest had arrived. The 3 gods looked on, as well as all of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, along with Xu Qing and the Empress. The holy land that resembled a planet rumbled as a huge rift opened up in it. The rift sank down, and within the space of a few breaths of time, the entire planet was cut through. It started falling apart. It had been cut in half. The sword light wiped out all life in that holy land. An entire holy land had perished. Countless streams of life force were swept up by the will of the sword and rushed toward Grand Emperor Swordsage to be absorbed by him. He didn't use it to stamp out the aura of death, but rather to bolster his battle prowess. Without the shackles of the star ring holding him back, Grand Emperor Swordsage wasn't just back at his peak level of battle prowess. He was actually rising explosively to an even higher level. It didn't matter that his rise to strength would only last for a short time. After all, there is a saying, once enlightened, one can die happy, too. Everyone gasped. All sound seemed to cease. The 3 grand emperors, looking as pale as death, didn't hesitate to flee. They dropped everything and ran. They might be grand emperors, but there was absolutely no way that they could fight back against mightiness akin to that of a summer immortal. Swordsage didn't even look at them. He just calmly said, "My summer, Xu Qing, you are my successors, and I gave you my cultivation base and sword. But I never passed on my most powerful sword techniques. Today, I'll pass them on to both of you. My Tao is that of the sword. During different parts of my life, I created different sword techniques. There are a total of 5. The first stance is called Earth Treasury. 3. Grand Emperor Swordsage pushed his right hand in the direction of the remaining 2 holy lands. Those holy lands trembled and started shaking. The sky dimmed, and the lands quaked, emitting muffled rumbling sounds. They were rumbling sounds that could shake the mind and heart. Then Swordsage's voice again echoed through the lands. I used Earth Treasury years ago to cut down a vicious killer who was proficient in the Tao of Earth. The sword moved focused on the releasing of earth energy to replace the will of the earth with the will of the sword. It takes earth energy and turns it into sword energy. Then it converges to make an earth sword. As he explained, and as Xu Qing and the Empress watched, the 2 holy lands trembled so violently that something like streams of smoke rose up from them. Those streams of smoke were the earth energy that Swordsage had just mentioned. More and more came out. In the shortest of moments, the lands of the 2 holy lands cracked as if all the nutrients were being sucked out of them. It turned into smoke, which rose up, converged, and turned into an astonishing sword. The sword didn't just cause the holy lands to shake. The lands of the Fire Moon Darkheavens were rippling as if they were the surface of the sea. And then, the huge sword of earth energy chopped down. Nothing could stop it. Everyone watched as the two Holy Lands crumbled into ashes. None of the people in the Holy Lands could escape or do anything to stop it from happening. They were killed in body and soul. The physical structures of the Holy Lands were similarly wiped out of existence. Countless streams of life force swept into Swordsage, causing his aura to rise again. He waved a finger, and Earth Treasury was once again unleashed. Countless streams of fierce sword energy sucked in the aura of the surrounding lands and shot toward the three fleeing Grand Emperors. It didn't matter how they fought back. It did no good. The massive disparity made their deaths a foregone conclusion. As the sword energy passed, the three Grand Emperors shattered. Everything about them became nutrients for Swordsage, to be absorbed by him, causing his battle prowess to erupt. Winds screamed and the clouds roiled. The Firemoon said nothing. The three gods' heads were bowed. Seeing Grand Emperor Swordsage like this made them think about the past. The time period when the broken face came and dark serenity left was the most blood-soaked, most brutal, and most dark period of time imaginable. The common state of affairs was for gods to walk the lands either enslaving or slaughtering the populace. It didn't matter what the species was. They either bent the knee or were wiped out. Back then, Grand Emperor Swordsage was the only Grand Emperor among humans. And back then, humans were still the #1 species. Because of that, they attracted the attention of more gods than most. During that time, Grand Emperor Swordsage fought many gods who wanted to enslave humankind. As a result, he was the focus of attention of many species. It culminated in the battle in the central region of revered Ancient. That was when his true form perished, and his clone was left behind. That said, all the battles he had fought dispelled any notions in the central part of revered Ancient that humans could be enslaved. The gods there abandoned such plans. As long as the Grand Emperor was around, they would never again think to do that. That was how humankind got through that period of darkness and gloom. It was after that time that the three gods took control of the Firemoon Darkheaven people. By then, Grand Emperor Swordsage's true form had perished, leaving behind only a clone to safeguard humankind with the threat of his sword. Seeing Grand Emperor Swordsage right now caused complex thoughts to fill the three gods. They weren't the only ones. All of the gods in revered Ancient looked at Swordsage in action and thought back to that period of darkness. That was especially true in the central part of revered Ancient. That was the only place where no holy lands had gone, and right now, a gaze from there was focused on the east. In the outer sea, Xu Xiaochun sat on a boat looking off into the distance. He seemed to be deeply moved. Though it's not common knowledge, based on what I know from my stories, this guy almost certainly stayed behind in revered Ancient because he's always loved to show off. He's a freaking showboater. He was like that back then, and now that he's about to die, he just can't resist the urge to showboat more than he ever did. Xu Xiaochun felt angry and jealous, and then he sighed softly. The world is a tavern saying came up previously in the following chapters. 29, 205, 546.1, 558.2. 2. The line, once enlightened, one can die happy, also appears in I Shall Seal the Heavens in chapter 516 during the explanation for the Tao-seeking stage of that novel. And thanks to our proofreader Unified Divide for pointing out the other Xu Qing, the female one, is mentioned in that chapter. Lol. 3. The Chinese characters for Earth Treasury are the same characters as the Bodhisattva K letter 1E63, ITIG, ARBH. Those of you who read I Shall Seal the Heavens might remember that there's a supporting character in the novel with that name. As is made obvious in the text of this chapter, the interpretation of the characters doesn't relate to the Bodhisattva as a person, or the person from ISSDH, but rather the literal meaning of the two Chinese characters as rendered in my translation choice. Chapter 1085, A Great Distance. Xu Xiaochun's sigh contained a mixture of regret, sorrow, and envy. However, it took only a moment for him to notice that there was something off about his thinking. After all, this was an old enemy. There was no way he could feel envious about an enemy. People should stay dead when they die. Who goes out and dies twice? Snorting coldly, Yu Liuchen looked away from the horizon. That said, true gods are rare nowadays and the god lords are sleeping. Your story is about to end, but my story is just starting. The sky over the east of revered ancient was empty. 4 celestial-level holy lands had been floating there before, but Grand Emperor Swordsage's sword had destroyed 3 of them. Only the Devilbird Holy Land was left. Swordsage waved his hand to bring its downfall, and then he gave it to the Empress. Grand Emperor Devilbird had escaped, and there was no sign of him. Next, Swordsage looked to the south and started moving. The Empress and Xu Qing followed. It was a distance almost too vast to cross, but with Swordsage's towering aura, that distance seemed to contract. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he took Xu Qing and the Empress across many regions, all the way to the south of revered ancient. Soon, it was possible to see 3 holy lands glittering in the distance. The battlefield in the south did not look like that in the east, where spell formations had kept the lands safe. The south belonged to the Redland noble plexuses, and the lands resembled a sea of flames. Fire was the most suitable environment for them. When the flames became a sea, the Redland noble plexuses could release the full battle prowess of their species. The fighting between them and the Holy Lands had been growing in intensity. From high in the sky, Xu Qing could see that the sea of flames was full of charred corpses, collapsed buildings, and shattered magical treasures. Some belonged to the various local species, but others belonged to one of the Holy Lands that had collapsed. The South had destroyed one of the Holy Lands and killed one of the Grand Emperors. There had been 4 Holy Lands here, but now there were only 3. Swordsage's arrival attracted the attention of both sides. The cultivators of the Redland noble plexuses looked on in shock, and then their gods ordered them to retreat. They fell back. The Holy Lands had their defensive spell formations activated, and their 3 Grand Emperors didn't dare to come out. They had already sensed what happened in the east. It was clear that in the face of someone with battle prowess akin to that of a summer immortal, both the Holy Lands and the Redland noble plexus were on guard. Swordsage wasn't concerned about the reaction of the Redland noble plexuses. His goal here was to pass on his sword techniques, and thus he looked at the 3 Holy Lands and then spoke directly into the minds of Xu Qing and the Empress. The second sword stance in my enlightenment of the sword is called Rending the Void. Grand Emperor Swordsage lifted his right hand and pushed it toward the 3 Holy Lands with their defenses raised. The Redland noble plexuses reeled, the sky went dark, and the sea of flames went out. The 3 Holy Lands floating in the air, as well as everything surrounding them, suddenly blurred. A terrifying power seemed to come out of nowhere, filling the area and cutting it off from the outside. Then, that power erupted, as if it had extracted all the energy from that area. Grand Emperor Swordsage succinctly explained the sword move. I created this sword move back when I was working with the ancient emperor to wage war on the other species of revered ancient. It's designed to kill all enemies within a certain area. In order to maintain lethality within a large area, it's designed to extract all of the energy within range. It turns that area into a true void. The force of contraction created by the void shatters everything within that range. The shattered remnants are actually sword lineaments. The infinite sword lineaments then converge into a sword that creates the sword move rending the void. As the Grand Emperor spoke, the 3 Holy Lands and everything surrounding them began to tremble. As the energy was sucked out, pressure mounted. When combined with the blessing provided by Grand Emperor Swordsage's will, all living beings in the area were visibly astonished. The first place where rifts appeared were in the defensive spell formations of the 3 Holy Lands. The pressure of the void caused the spell formations to shake harder and harder. More cracks appeared, until the spell formations finally couldn't take it, and they shattered. Then the pressure of the void erupted inside the Holy Lands. In an instant, howls of agony rang out. However, they couldn't pass outside of that specific area. Only the strongest experts in the Holy Lands, for instance the Grand Emperors and Imperial Sovereigns, were able to stand firm, their eyes bloodshot as they tapped into their trump cards. Unfortunately for them, there was no point. The crumbling continued, and the rifts proliferated. Soon, those rifts started to look like sword lineaments. In the end, countless sword lineaments combined, turning into an astonishing sword. Then, in that area of true void, sword light shone, sword energy proliferated, and a sword will crushed heaven and earth. Sometime later, the barriers dissipated, and the rubble that remained of the Holy Lands fell to the ground. There was no flesh and blood. The only thing that remained of the living things was dust. All life force had been taken as nutrients by Grand Emperor Swordsage, causing his battle prowess to rise again. His energy swept the area, causing the gods of the Redland noble plexus to back away. They weren't willing to get into a fight. Only after Grand Emperor Swordsage had taken Xu Qing and the Empress away did a calm voice drift within the lands of the Redland noble plexuses. Without a true god, it would be difficult for us to deal with a summer immortal. In a brief moment, multiple holy lands had been destroyed, and multiple grand emperors had perished. It was a monumental story that was already shaking revered ancient. Countless species were reeling in shock, and numerous gods sank into silence. The past glory of humankind was now something innumerable species were thinking about. The tempestuous news had already reached the celestial-level holy lands that had come to the west and north of revered ancient. They were both terrified and astonished. The holy lands there quickly joined forces, both to activate their defenses and also issued calls for help into the starry sky beyond revered ancient. At the same time, they didn't hesitate to leave the spots they had previously occupied and group together. Having come to revered ancient, they couldn't leave it. Therefore, the best path forward seemed to be to join forces. They were going to rely on their joint strength to hold fast until the earthly-level holy lands and the one and only heavenly-level holy land arrived from the starry sky. Sadly, there was no way their plan would work without a hitch. The west of revered ancient was controlled by the netherworld chasm corpses. The north was in the hands of the North Fate kings, and those two species would naturally do everything possible to take advantage of the situation. As a result, the fighting in the west and north instantly became more intense. The cultivators of the two major species held nothing back as they tried to prevent the holy lands from retreating. As chaos reigned and the sound of slaughter grew loud, Grand Emperor Swordsage appeared in the sky in the west. The third sword stance I gained enlightenment of is called Heavenly Palaces. I created this stance in the war against the other species, before ancient Emperor Dark Serenity managed to conquer revered ancient. However, the slaughter it can unleash is too brutal. It can only be used to target cultivators and damages the heavenly balance. After the gods came, I never used it. Grand Emperor Swordsage looked at the holy lands up ahead. He waved his hand. The resulting scene caused Xu Qing's pupils to constrict. It had been shocking to see the holy lands in the east and south collapse, but that was nothing like this. The truth was that the Heavenly Palace's sword technique was exactly as Grand Emperor Swordsage had said. It only targeted cultivators, and it damaged the heavenly balance. And that was because the heavenly palaces mentioned in the name of the technique were not actual palaces that existed in the heavens. Rather, they were the heavenly palaces that core formation cultivators created inside their own cultivation base. Their heavenly palaces all collapsed, as if something on the outside had taken control of them. They turned into illusory swords which then blasted out from inside their bodies. It was a brutal scene. There were unending howls of agony. Fatalities occurred non-stop. Seas of swords screamed through heaven and earth, filling the holy lands in the west. It was a pure catastrophe for all cultivators who were in the core formation level or higher. Those under core formation had no hope of surviving either, as the sea of swords wiped them all out. The holy lands themselves were also devastated by the swords. Everything was suffering destruction and extermination. In the quiet that resulted afterward, Grand Emperor Swordsage again spoke to Xu Qing and the Empress. It turns the enemy's heavenly palaces into swords, thus the name of the technique. Next comes the fourth sword technique. Its name is Star Splendor. As the words left his mouth, the dome of heaven rumbled, as if heaven were being opened. The light of day then vanished and was replaced by the darkness of night. Within that darkness were innumerable twinkling stars. It was an infinitude of starlight that filled heaven and earth, becoming beam after beam of sword light. As swords filled the world, Grand Emperor Swordsage stepped forward onto a beam of starlight. Taking Xu Qing and the Empress with him, he used that starlight to go to the frozen plains in the north of revered Ancient. In that land of pure white, starlight radiated, reflecting on the snow to create brilliance that covered all of the holy lands. From a distance, it looked like a vortex of starlight consuming everything. Everyone in revered Ancient was struck speechless. Countless species sank into silence. The gods simply looked on. Grand Emperor Swordsage was the most brightly shining star there was in revered Ancient, and he was growing stronger thanks to the vortex of starlight. Endless life force streamed into him, causing his aura to climb higher, and pushing his battle prowess toward the peak level of that of a summer immortal. Heaven trembled. The earth shook. And yet his aura of death was stronger than ever. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. As for the last sword stance, I'm going to use it there. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the canopy of heaven and into the starry sky. In the starry sky outside of the revered Ancient mainland, 5 holy lands had appeared. 4 were in the lead. It didn't matter their size or speed. They were all beyond the celestial level. They were earthly-level holy lands. Behind them was something that resembled an enormous heart, pulsing and emanating an incomparably terrible mightiness. That was the sole heavenly-level holy land. There was a tower on that heavenly-level holy land, and standing atop it was an old man in a black robe. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his face was full of wrinkles. His expression itself seemed ancient, as if he was someone who had stepped through countless years of time and had witnessed all history play out. He was looking at revered Ancient. Despite the great distance between the two of them, he had locked gazes with Swordsage. Chapter 1086, Sword Left in the Mortal World. High in the sky was an ancient summer immortal. He had existed at the apex of deep earth and had walked his own path. He was a hero to deep earth, as he had led the cultivators from there to open up new horizons in revered Ancient. He had crushed the brilliant heaven godfolk, given rise to heavenly Taos in revered Ancient, and ensured that countless deep earth cultivators also had the chance to reach the apex. For the purpose of protecting deep earth, of advancing the path of immortals, and of advancing the limits of the cultivation system, he and his companions had ventured out into the unfamiliar starry sky. They had sought enlightenment and destined opportunities. It had been a journey that lasted untold years. Now, one of them had returned. Underneath that same sky was a new summer immortal. Though he could not quite compare to the summer immortals of the past, he had walked his own path and was also a hero to humankind. After Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity left, he had killed gods, he had conquered other species, and he had waged war for the sake of keeping humankind safe. He had sacrificed everything for the sake of humans. To him, deep earth wasn't important. The countless other species weren't important. The only thing that mattered to him was humankind. As of this moment, an old summer immortal and a new summer immortal locked eyes. When they did, heaven collapsed. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as ripples filled the sky, making it look like undulated fish scales. They rippled so dramatically that spots started to appear. Then, accompanied by deafening booms, the spots shattered. The entire sky was affected. It almost looked as if a host of enormous devil's trumpet flowers were blooming. 1. As those flowers bloomed, an ancient voice spoke from beyond the heavens, a voice that filled revered Ancient. The sea of revered Ancient seethed. Countless species trembled. Every god that was under the level of a true god, including countless godfair gods and even altar gods, were all shaking. Even the extremely rare true gods in their resting places shivered inwardly. That was because the pressure in this voice surpassed the level of a peak summer immortal and was infinitesimally close to that level, which was equivalent to a god lord, an immortal lord. It's not impossible for you to be resurrected. Xu Qing inhaled sharply. The Empress looked up, her heart, which had been full of desolation, suddenly stirring with hope. Submit to me. Take me into revered ancient to acquire what I seek. Once I dispel the fog in front of me and seize immortal Lord personhood, then I can truly resurrect you." Silence reigned for a short time. Then Swordsage spoke in a soft voice. "I grew up hearing stories about the 9 of you seniors. Your names are etched deeply in my memory. Your deeds brought light to my heart. I have great respect for all of you, even right now, O exalted Jai Zun." 2. Swordsage bowed deeply. When he straightened up, his eyes glinted sharply, and when he spoke, his voice was more aggressive than before. "But are you really the exalted Jai Zun's true form? I find it hard to believe that the 9 seniors who left Deep Earth, conquered the brilliant heaven godfolk, and founded revered ancient, they with such pure emotions, would end up falling into this level of disgrace. I find it hard to believe that they would raise the butcher knife over their own descendants, all for personal gain. In fact, I refuse to believe it." Grand Emperor Swordsage spoke with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. Up in the sky, the black-robed old man on the high tower in the heavenly level Holy Land looked down expressionlessly at revered ancient. With eyes locked onto Grand Emperor Swordsage, he coolly said, "Considering how difficult it must have been for you to push your cultivation to this level, I'm going to explain a few things to you. When it comes to revered ancient and Deep Earth, you could say that the entire cultivation system was created specifically for me to attain immortal Lord personhood. It's a profoundly meaningful thing, and all of the hard work that led to this point is for the purpose of creating a bright future. And thus, Junior, you are being too narrow-minded in your heart, mind, and will. Great Daos are emotionless. If you want to continue making advancement, you need to keep your eyes fixed on what's ahead." His voice boomed like thunder in revered ancient. Everyone heard him. Everyone understood what he meant. Some people agreed with what he said, others didn't. But in the final analysis, everyone now knew why this holy land had suddenly shown up. Unfortunately, it was easy to guess what this summer immortal sought, and the reason why the war had played out as it did. What he needed was not some physical object. It seemed most likely that he needed life force, a blood sacrifice, death. It was hard to say the specifics, but everyone knew that it had nothing to do with the gods. And this person was not planning to settle down in revered ancient. The broken face was not something he could fight against. Therefore, the arrival of this holy land, as well as the actions taken by the terrestrial and celestial level holy lands, just made things more obvious. Swordsage shook his head. He looked away from the sky and to the surrounding lands. Gazing at humankind, he softly said, "I'm too narrow-minded in heart because all I care about is humankind." He lifted his hand and pointed the Emperor's sword toward the sky. "I'm too simplistic in mind because all I care about is humankind." Winds screamed across the lands, creating a tempest with Grand Emperor Swordsage in the middle. It spread dramatically. "I'm too immature in will because, yet again, all I care about is humankind." Grand Emperor Swordsage's eyes gleamed with mysterious light that was a mixture of determination and decisiveness. His hand tightened on the Emperor's sword, and his aura was rising explosively. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Thunderous, rumbling sounds filled revered ancient. Great Daos might be emotionless, but that doesn't mean emotions don't exist. As we tread onward, we don't just keep our eyes fixed on the path ahead of us. We also enjoy the scenery around us, as well as the company of our loved ones. If walking this path means trampling on the corpses of my own people and drinking their blood, well, I'm not willing to do that. As those last words left Grand Emperor Swordsage's mouth, his eyes blazed with brilliant light, and he looked up, his gaze passing into what lay beyond the heavens. His aura raged to the highest heights. The power and life force he had absorbed from all of his enemies, including the Grand Emperors, burned with great intensity, all despite the increasing strength of his aura of death. All of a sudden, the vortex surrounding Swordsage swelled, filling region after region. At the same time, Swordsage himself grew dramatically taller until he was an enormous giant. The Emperor's sword in his hand became massive. Hefting it, he said, "My sword skills evolved during different stages of my life. In total, I created 5 techniques. The first 4 are Earth Treasury, Rending the Void, Heavenly Palaces, and Star Splendor. In the battle in which I defended my summer, my life force was clearly sputtering out, so I had no opportunity to use the 5th one. But today, that sword will finally make its appearance in Revered Ancient. It's called the Human World. As Swordsage murmured those words, ancient memories welled up in his mind. Within those memories, he saw a glorious world. There was no war. There were no gods. Countless species rose to great heights under the leadership of the ancient emperor. This was the flourishing human world, before the broken face came. Sighing, Swordsage hefted his sword and then slashed it toward the sky. A sword that contained all of the majesty and life of the human world shot upward. Next, Swordsage envisioned what happened after the broken face arrived and ancient Emperor Dark Serenity left. It was a dark age. Corpses littered the earth, and howls of grief and anguish filled the sky everywhere. The sky went dark, and humankind descended into despair. That was the anguish of the human world. Swordsage bitterly swept his sword out again, sending forth a sword move that contained the despair of all living beings. It shot toward the sky. Next came the difficulties of the human world after Emperor Eastglury was defeated. Then the struggles of the human world in the era of Sage Heaven. After that, the revival of the human world under Mirror Cloud's control. And then the tenacity of the human world when Tao life reigned. It was followed by the struggles of the human world for the thousands of years that Dark War ruled. As the memories of the different time periods of the human world flitted through Grand Emperor Swordsage's mind, they caused glittering swords to appear in the canopy of heaven. 3. Finally, the image of Empress Summer Departure appeared in Swordsage's memories. After she ascended the throne, the human world rose to prominence. Swordsage smiled. This is the human world that I have safeguarded. His body blurred as the aura of death covered him completely. As that happened, a sword shot forth that was filled with the glory of the human world, risen to prominence. Up in the dome of heaven was the history of humankind that Swordsage had experienced. It was embodied in a host of swords that merged together into one massive sword that was the human world. As Grand Emperor Swordsage called on all of his remaining strength, he slashed that sword at the dome of heaven, at the area beyond the heavens, at the Holy Lands. The sword split the sky, crushing everything in its path with impunity. Spectacular force glittered, the likes of which couldn't be surpassed. If that ancient immortal represented the will of heaven, then this sword represented the will of humankind, ready to battle with heaven. In the blink of an eye, it broke out from Revered Ancient and smashed into the 4 earthly-level holy lands that posed the first obstacle. Outside of Revered Ancient, sound was consumed by the void. But all living beings could see what was happening, and it was a sight that shook them to the core and created an unforgettable memory. 4 earthly-level holy lands trembled violently. The momentum of their descent was halted, and they were sent tumbling away. They had been defeated with one attack. Regret appeared in the eyes of the ancient immortal. That's an outstanding sword move. If you weren't in your current state and were an actual summer immortal, then that sword would strike fear into my heart. But right now... The ancient immortal extended his hand toward the sword. He was going to destroy it. But then, his gaze hardened as his hand closed onto nothing. It was because the sword wasn't actually targeting him. Instead, it was targeting the ceiling markup above that prevented all living beings from leaving Revered Ancient. Sword light glittered, carrying with it the will of the human world and the will of Swordsage, which pierced into the ceiling mark. Then it shifted to point toward the broken face of eminent desolation, the eyes of which were closed. If the sword shot forth, then the broken face would be struck, and the eyes would definitely open. As for what would happen after that, nobody knew. Whatever happened, nobody would be able to control or stop it. The immortal's face fell. He could see that the human world had been set up with him in mind. It wouldn't do much to anyone else, but if he got close to the sword, it would explode. His eyes shifted from the ceiling mark to Grand Emperor Swordsage. Well done, youngster. There was still a chance you could have been truly resurrected, but you gave that up to delay my arrival. Well, that's fine. The will of your sword will only last for half of a 60-year cycle. I don't mind letting you wait that much longer. I'll be waiting out here for the sword will to vanish. The immortal slowly faded from sight. The heavenly level Holy Land and the 4 earthly level Holy Lands retreated. 1. The flower mentioned here is Datura stramonium, a poisonous flowering plant. The flowers sort of look like trumpets. Here's the wiki page for the flower, which includes a picture. In Chinese, the name of the flower is a transliteration of a Sanskrit word, so the specific characters aren't really important per se. 2. Jaizun. This is an odd name. Jai is a surname which also means to suck up water. Since there is another surname Jai that's important in I Shall Seal the Heavens, that clan was even mentioned in the ISSDH reference I linked to a few chapters ago, I should probably point out that this is not the same Jai from that novel. It's a different Jai entirely. Zun is a complicated character that is often used as a title. In other words, this name could be interpreted as a Taoist name. In the comments in Chinese, the top comment was someone speculating that the name means a respected person who sucks the life out of all people. There were many other comments that were essentially making jokes about the sucking aspect of this character. Madame Deathblade had the same reaction. Given how unusual this name is, there's a possibility it's a Taoist name. Similar to how I've handled other names, I am going to put a mental bookmark here and reserve the right to come back and change it to a translated Taoist name later on, if that makes sense. At the moment, there isn't enough evidence to say definitively how it should be handled, and I don't want to bother the author about it. 3. The stories of the various emperors were first recounted in chapter 401. They were all mentioned in many contexts in other chapters, but probably the most important were the revelations in chapters 950 and 951. Chapter 10, 87, an agreement made within wind and rain. Something hazy filled the dome of heaven over revered ancient. It was haze from the human world of humankind. It was the will of Grand Emperor Swordsage's sword, which had been added to the world. All living beings in revered ancient now had half of a 60-year cycle of time added to them. Of course, it only applied to the mortal living beings and cultivators. As far as the gods were concerned, this was a conflict between cultivators, and it had nothing to do with them. The only reason some would consider interfering was that it could theoretically reduce the Joss flame they had access to. The 3 gods of the fire moons fell into that camp. There were no other gods similar to the Empress. She was the only one. And taking in revered ancient as a whole, the gods who accepted the Joss flame of local species were actually in the minority. Most of the gods there were just sleeping. None of them made a single move. In the final analysis, this war between cultivators was like a game to the gods. Ultimately, it didn't really matter to them how it played out. As for Grand Emperor Swordsage, he didn't care what the gods thought. His entire will was focused on that one sword. At the moment, a rain of blood was falling from heaven. It was the rain that fell when a summer immortal perished. Within that rain hovered Grand Emperor Swordsage. Looking over his shoulder at the human world, he smiled. It's hard to let go of the obsession to live. The willingness to let go leads to true rebirth. 1. His smile would last for all eternity. He was now completely inundated with an aura of death. His flesh and blood were now shrinking into nothing, and he was turning back into stone. His 3 spiritual souls emerged from eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The human soul returned to the memories of humankind. The earthly soul returned to the lands of humankind. The heavenly soul returned to the destiny aura. Then came the 7 physical souls. The physical souls made from the 5 emperors retreated, slowly regaining consciousness in the process. The past and future the Empress had offered returned through Grand Emperor Swordsage's smile. Then there was the Emperor's sword he held. He loosened his grip, and the sword became a glinting arc that flashed in front of Xu Qing's eyes. The rain fell harder. Xu Qing and the Empress hovered in the rain, their hearts filled with grief at the sight of it. It was a grief that would not soon fade away. The wind blew, sweeping through the countless mountains, mixing with the rain of blood, and becoming something unforgettable that echoed in their hearts. Ultimately, it turned into a sigh. Xu Qing bowed his head. Looking at the statue of the Grand Emperor, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. The Empress bid farewell in her own silent way. The image was something burned into the hearts of all cultivators. A month passed. After all the celestial-level Holy Lands collapsed, the war in the revered ancient mainland ended. The ancient Summer Immortal could not come down into revered ancient, and he didn't demand that the 4 earthly-level Holy Lands do so in his stead. There was no point in that. As for the terrestrial-level Holy Lands that were left behind in revered ancient, they were ignored, just as their own ancestors had ignored those they left behind on the mainland all those years ago. And when the local people rose up, the terrestrial-level Holy Lands didn't even have the option of surrendering. The only thing that awaited them was death. Fighting back only delayed the inevitable, and no matter how they delayed things, they couldn't do anything about the deadline of half of a 60-year cycle. As for humans, they rose to complete prominence. Whether it was the Empress' actions or Grand Emperor Swordsid's heroic feats, the result was that humankind was once again at the peak of glory among the countless species in revered ancient. They had become a light in the darkness. At the end of that month, as the rain continued to fall, the doors of an ancient temple opened in the imperial region of humankind. 2 figures strode out from within. One of them was Xu Qing, the other was Erniu. Xu Qing's eyes shone with confusion. Erniu's face was clouded, and he seemed anxious. A sigh echoed out in the temple behind them. Then the palace lord of the Summer Immortal Palace spoke. "I've explained everything to you. Going forward, all of the Summer Immortal Palace locations in the revered ancient mainland will be closed. Whenever revered ancient faces an impending catastrophe, the Summer Immortal Palace takes precautions. And we invite various powerful experts and chosen to slumber with us in the immortal essence. Those powerful experts and chosen are the seeds of civilization for the countless species. After the catastrophe is over, they'll be woken up. If the world has changed, then their mission will be to establish a new civilization of cultivators. This is how things played out in previous catastrophes. The others have already been sent on their way. Xu Qing, Chen Erniu, your choice is yours to make. Please inform me of your decisions as quickly as possible." The door of the temple slowly closed, and then the temple slowly began to fade from sight within the rain. When it disappeared, it would indicate that the period of slumber had begun. There wasn't much time left. Xu Qing and Erniu stood silently in the rain. Half a month ago, when the war in the East wound to an end, they had been summoned by the palace lord of the Summer Immortal Palace. In the half-month that followed, the palace lord gave both of them destined opportunities and good fortune. Xu Qing's immortal body had been stabilized even further, and with the help of the palace lord, his consciousness had been inserted into his god body, making it a completely functioning clone. As for Erniu, his good fortune had involved awakening the memories from the bones of his third life. And by the means of various unknown techniques employed by the palace lord, Erniu had awakened even more memories. Unfortunately, that process had left him confused and somewhat blank. That was why they had such strange expressions on their faces. That, and all of the information the palace lord had imparted to them over the past few days. "Xu Qing, the reason I chose to help you walk the path of the extreme immortal and form your immortal body is that your master visited me. He paid handsomely to gain my assistance. I summoned you, helped you stabilize your immortal body and revive your god clone, because your master, paid a very heavy price. It's the same with you, Erniu. You have a very mysterious background. When your master came to the Summer Immortal Palace, he paid a similarly high price to look into all the histories. Unfortunately, the records of the Summer Immortal Palace only contained information from after your third life. As for your second life and your first life, we simply don't have any information in our records. Perhaps you are the only one who can know the details. As for your third life, we don't know much about it." It seems that some powerful force erased all of that information, and the Summer Immortal Palace is incapable of releasing it. But your master gave up some of his essence. He sacrificed some of his own power to drag out an opportunity for you from within the immortal essence. He wanted to absorb the histories of the Summer Immortal Palace, and he wanted you to have more memories about who you are. The two of you have a really good master. Xu Qing looked up, peering into the rain in the direction of the continent of South Phoenix. Eldest brother, he murmured, it seems like Master is making arrangements for when he's no longer with us. Erniu was quiet for a long moment. Let's go back. We can just ask the old man to explain what's going on. Erniu headed in the direction of the teleportation portals in the imperial capital. Xu Qing nodded and followed him. For now, they weren't thinking about any other matters. The most important thing on both of their minds was to get back to South Phoenix to see their master. They wanted an explanation for everything. Not long after, a teleportation portal rumbled to life in the capital, and Xu Qing and Erniu vanished. A few days later, a pagoda could be seen screaming at top speed through the air above the Forbidden Sea between Emperor Receiving Prefecture and South Phoenix. Around evening, it arrived at 7 Blood Eyes. The pagoda vanished, and then Xu Qing and Erniu appeared on the summit of the 7th peak, outside the closed door of Master Seventh's mansion grotto. Both of them kowtowed. Time passed. Finally, a sigh echoed from within the mansion grotto. The two of you didn't go into slumber in the immortal essence, along with the Summer Immortal Palace. Huh, what are you doing here? Master, they said. Xu Qing looked up at the mansion grotto, his heart filled with conflicted concerns and worries. Erniu's face had remained grim these past few days. Looking up, he said, "What's going on here, old man?" The mansion grotto's door slammed open, and Master Seventh walked out and glared at Erniu. "You're really asking for it, aren't you?" Upon seeing Master Seventh act like he normally did, Erniu breathed a visible sigh of relief. Putting a fawning expression onto his face, he chuckled. Master Seventh snorted coldly. Then he looked at Xu Qing and gave a slight nod. "You did well working on that immortal body." Looking up at the dome of heaven, he started talking before Xu Qing or Erniu could ask any questions. "I know what the two of you want to ask about. You want to know what to do after I'm gone." Xu Qing and Erniu were both shaken to the core. "It's true the Summer Immortal Palace helped the two of you because of the price I paid. However, I'm your master, so I was just doing what I ought to do. It wasn't just the two of you. There are others from 7 Blood Eyes that I sent to slumber, including that good-for-nothing third Sib. Second Sib can make her own decisions, and I won't do anything to interfere. The reason I did this is to play things safe. There's karma between me and that ancient immortal from the heavenly level Holy Land. Of course, it's not like I lack confidence. Swordsage used that final sword move to buy time for me. Therefore, you two can kindly get the hell out of here and stop interrupting my cultivation." Master Seventh glared at Erniu, then turned and gave Xu Qing another nod. Before the two of them could say anything, Master Seventh flicked his sleeve to send the two of them flying away. Then he stalked back into his mansion grotto and slammed the door. On the inside, he stood for a long moment in silence. Then he sighed. "A storm is coming. Can my umbrella offer enough protection, too?" Master Seventh sat down and closed his eyes. It didn't matter if it could or not. He would fight to make sure his umbrella could protect his apprentices from the coming tempest. Outside of 7 Blood Eyes, the wind blew loudly in the spot where Xu Qing and Erniu had been ejected to. Neither of them spoke. They just struggled to stabilize their hearts. Although Master Seventh had seemed calm and relaxed, the truth was that Xu Qing and Erniu weren't children. They could guess at what was really going on. The old man is really getting old, and yet even in his old age, he's still willing to put everything on the line. Erniu looked at Xu Qing. "Little Ah Qing, I think you should go slumber with the Summer Immortal Palace. You don't need to worry about what's going on out here. I can deal with the old man." "I mean, he's just an immortal, right? Like I have any reason to be scared of a wimp like that. Thanks to my third life memories, I now have some clues about my second life. and I know it has something to do with the brilliant heaven godfolk. That's why I'm planning to take a trip to where the brilliant heaven godfolk are sealed. I should be able to find my second life there. And then, as the eldest brother, I will personally save the world. Erniu proudly clasped Xu Qing's shoulder. Things would be too dangerous for you there. After all, if you die, you'll actually end up dead. Really dead. Not like me. That's why you won't be coming with me. Be a good boy now, little Ah Qing. Go to the Summer Immortal Palace. Believe me, in 30 years, your eldest brother and your master will wake you up together. Erniu looked Xu Qing in the eyes and earnestly said, If you don't go, I won't be able to rest at ease. Xu Qing thought for a moment and then nodded. Let me at least send you on your way. After all, we're going in the same direction, right? Erniu thought for a moment. Not wanting to give Xu Qing any spare time to think about things, he hauled him over to the teleportation portal and activated it, sending both of them back to the imperial capital. After all, the entrance leading to the brilliant heaven godfolk was beneath the imperial capital. Xu Qing said nothing as Erniu escorted him all the way to the Summer Immortal Palace. After they bowed in greeting, the door opened, and the palace lord appeared. Erniu cleared his throat. I'm not going, senior, but my junior brother will be going. With that, he pushed Xu Qing forward. Xu Qing looked back at him through the door. Erniu laughed heartily. All right, little junior brother, see you in 30 years. With that, Erniu vanished without a trace. The door closed quietly, and the temple disappeared. A few days later, after the temple was definitely gone, Erniu stepped out of the concealment of invisibility. He finally felt very calm. He finally did as told, and I can rest at ease. Erniu took a deep breath. Eyes flashing with a crazy look, he shot toward the entrance leading to the sealed resting place of the brilliant heaven godfolk. He had a way to get inside. After Erniu was on his way, the temple appeared again in the rain. However, it was very blurry, as if it would disappear only a moment later. The door opened, and Xu Qing stepped out. Behind him, the palace lord said, Are you sure you aren't going to slumber in the immortal essence? I'm not, Xu Qing whispered. The palace lord declined to try to persuade him otherwise. The door closed and the temple vanished. Xu Qing was left standing alone in the rain. He knew that everyone would be making preparations in the half-60-year cycle that Grand Emperor Swordsage had bought for them. His master was currently in secluded cultivation. His eldest brother was going to go all out with the brilliant heaven godfolk. A month after getting back to the capital, the Empress had gone to the Gast Hollow in Emperor Receiving Prefecture. It wasn't just humans who were getting ready. Other species were doing the same. Everyone with a bit of skill or strength was preparing. Half a 60-year cycle. Xu Qing looked off in the direction of the outer sea. His eyes gleamed with decisiveness and determination. 1. Grand Emperor Swordsage's words combine the chapter titles of Chapter 1081 and 1083. 2. As I mentioned in the footnote of Chapter 1078, this storm is coming is usually a metaphor describing dramatic changes. Chapter 1088, Xu Qing's destination. Grand Emperor Swordsage had perished. His master was in seclusion. The Empress was working on cultivation. Erniu had gone away. It was almost like the spinning of a gnomon on a gigantic sundial. In half of a 60-year cycle, a huge storm would hit. The ancient immortal waiting outside of revered ancient was now a sharp blade hanging over the heads of all living beings. He was a mortal threat. It was easy to imagine how intense the sensation of danger would become as time passed. Even to mortals, half of a 60-year cycle wasn't very long, and that was even more the case with cultivators. If one went into secluded meditation, that time could pass very quickly. The sense of danger would turn into pressure that would weigh down on the world. All species were going to be making their final preparations. In fact, it seemed like the only option they had was to beg for protection from the gods. And thus, some places became even more peaceful than before. Others, in contrast, descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the apathetic gods just watched everything play out. To them, This delay was just an amusing twist in all the drama. As for the misery of the people, the revered ancient mainland had been a place of misery ever since the broken face arrived. The main difference was that, in the past, the misery had mostly affected mortals. Now, it affected everyone. In the desert in the Moonlight region, Nether Sprite was boiling water in the Green Spirit Pharmacy. The heir apparent took a sip of tea, then put the cup down. It's actually fair when you think about it. Princess Brightblossom shook her head slightly as she looked at Xu Qing, as he refilled the heir apparent's cup. "Did you think things through yet?" she asked. Xu Qing put the teapot down, sat down in front of the two of them, and nodded. After leaving the Imperial region, his first stop had been here, the Moonlight region. Before departing, he wanted to see Linger as well as the heir apparent and his siblings. Unfortunately, Linger was still in seclusion, with Grandpa Ninth standing guard. Xu Qing chose not to disturb them, and thus he was here saying his farewells to the heir apparent and Princess Brightblossom. "It's good for kids to go out and get some practical experience," the heir apparent said. "But the Outer Sea is a very chaotic place. Given your current cultivation base and battle prowess, you shouldn't run into too much trouble. Just remember, don't go in too deep." He put his tea down, looked at Xu Qing, and thought for a moment. Then he suddenly lifted his right hand. An instant later, a Dao lineament swirled out, forming a sealing mark in front of him. "This is a manifestation of my perception-altering authority. You can use it 3 times. Take it to defend yourself." Xu Qing had not told the heir apparent what his true destination was, but the sealing mark made it clear that the heir apparent was concerned for his safety. Xu Qing accepted it. Princess Brightblossom looked at him deeply, then sighed. Waving her hand, she sent out an illusory river into a jade bottle. She gave the bottle to Xu Qing. "That's a bit of the river of time that I assimilated." Xu Qing took it, then he stood and bowed very deeply to the two of them. "I'll take my leave now, seniors, Grandpa Heir Apparent, Grandma Brightblossom, please take care of yourselves." He turned and walked away. He left the Green Spirit Pharmacy. He left the mountains. He vanished from the desert. After he was gone, Princess Brightblossom sighed. "The kid isn't going to the Outer Sea." The heir apparent said nothing for a moment. Then he also sighed. "It's been many years since I first heard the legends about the Outer Sea. Those legends also mention the place he's going." 30 years. Father is already on his way back. Based on my calculations, he isn't very far away. I hope that by the time he gets back, he's still our father. I guess it's good that the kid is going away. Princess Brightblossom looked up into the sky and out into what lay beyond. She said nothing. Xu Qing was making his way quietly through the Moonlight region. Before departing, he wanted to go to Sealing County to see Plumdark. After that, he needed to remove all hindrances before starting on the journey of his own choosing. 30 years. As he sped through the sky, ripples suddenly spread through the sky, and a huge mirror appeared. In the middle of the mirror was a huge mountain covered with temples. An old woman appeared on the summit of the mountain. Next to her was an old man with a huge white beard covering his face. Upon seeing the two of them, Xu Qing stopped in place and bowed respectfully. "Grandma Fifth, Grandpa Eighth." Looking kindly at Xu Qing, Grandma Fifth nodded. Without saying a word, she extended her hand, giving him a flower petal made from her own authority. When the flower petal formed, Grandma Fifth looked visibly older. "Take it. As long as you have even one breath of life within you, that flower petal can restore you." Xu Qing knew that Grandma Fifth's authority took away some of her life force every time she used it. He hesitated. "She's giving it to you. Take it," said Grandpa Eighth, glaring. Then he waved his hand and sent out a sealing mark made of his own authority of rage. "That can boost your battle prowess. Just remember that you'll be temporarily weakened after the boost ends." These gifts from his elders filled Xu Qing's heart with warmth. He accepted them and was about to say something when a beam of sword light suddenly shot toward him from above. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth as 5 streams of sword energy turned into a sealing mark in front of him. Then Grandpa Knight's voice echoed out in heaven and earth. That's the will of my sword. If you use it all at once, it can slaughter an imperial sovereign. Xu Qing was visibly moved. After accepting everything, he took a deep breath and bowed to Grandma Fifth, Grandpa Eight, and in the direction the sword light had come from. As the three venerable siblings looked on, he left the Moonlight region. A day later, a pagoda that glittered with starlight appeared in the clouds over Xianxia County. Xu Qing stepped out of it. A moment later, he was deep underground. This had once been a palace of operations of an ancient emperor, and now Xu Qing was standing outside of a hall in Plumdark's Phoenix Palace. Everything was quiet. There were no signs that anyone had disturbed this place. It had been years since Xu Qing ordered this place to be sealed tight. There was a spell formation constantly active to ensure that Plumdark wasn't disturbed. When Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior sensed Xu Qing's arrival, he appeared outside the grand hall. He bowed excitedly. "Greetings, my lord," he said in a loud voice. "My lord, I've missed you so much. Don't worry. Little Free Spirit has been cautious and conscientious this entire time. I've been standing guard and can tell you that no slip-ups have occurred. With me on guard here, not even a speck of dust has dared to show up." He was attempting to convey how useful he was. Though he had been a bit bored in this place, he was more than happy to be here. After all, the outside was a dangerous place, and following Xu Qing around made things even more dangerous. He was still constantly worried about being turned into cannon fodder. Considering how strong he had become, he knew that if he left this place, he would probably be put to use in 9 battles out of 10. As far as Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior was concerned, that was just too dangerous. In all of the novels he had read, being the bodyguard of the protagonist's love interest always brought big rewards as long as you didn't mess up. That was why he was working so hard to paint himself as being very useful. Xu Qing nodded and then looked at the Phoenix Temple. Plumdark had been seeking enlightenment for a lot longer than Xu Qing had expected. Eventually, he looked away and studied the surroundings. As Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior cautiously looked on, Xu Qing suddenly waved his hand. The will of a god erupted out. Ripples spread to fill a 30-meter area, making everything within it distorted and difficult to see. However, it was possible to see a figure forming. It was a figure that settled cross-legged and then sank down into the ground. Given that Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior wasn't up to date on everything that had happened, his eyes went wide. He was almost certain he had just seen another version of Xu Qing. And that version of Xu Qing seemed cold, apathetic, and incredibly terrifying. Shivering, the Patriarch said, "My lord, was that?" "My god clone," Xu Qing replied calmly. Considering that Linger was in the care of the heir apparent and his siblings, Xu Qing wasn't worried about her being kept safe in the 30 years to come. But he was worried about Plumdark. Therefore, he was going to leave his god clone behind, both to seek enlightenment of godly authority and also to stand guard over Plumdark. He had no intention of bringing his god clone with him on his journey. That was because in the place he was going, gods were not welcome. Unfortunately, even though he was leaving his god clone behind in revered ancient, his immortal true self couldn't use his godly authority magics. That included his authority of sound, the carving knife formed from his godly authority of fate, and his taboo poison. All of those could only be used by his god clone. That said, given I have my extreme immortal cultivation base, my battle prowess isn't any lower because of that. Xu Qing reached up and rubbed his chest. The violet crystal was there. When he got his god clone back earlier, he had moved the violet crystal into his immortal body. Looking one last time at the Phoenix Hall, he took a deep breath. As Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior offered respectful farewells, Xu Qing took a step forward and vanished. When he reappeared, he was outside the Sage Heaven Pagoda high in the sky. The god vines swirled. The golden rat bowed its head. As Xu Qing landed on the pagoda, he looked down at Xianxia County. A few breaths of time passed. Eyes flashing with decisiveness, he stepped into the pagoda. It rumbled loudly, then turned into a beam of light that shot over the horizon and toward the outer sea. Back when we met that old man in the outer sea, he said that the place had a name. The primeval sea. It's a fantastic thing. Any location where it exists is a strategic spot and a prosperous place. And that's because the primeval sea connects all of the star rings in the universe. In other words, the outer sea is actually a passageway leading to other star rings. The part of the primeval sea in which the 9th star ring lays is special. It's been sealed, and you can only get out of it through special rifts. He also said that you need the cultivation base of a summer immortal to make the journey. As the pagoda sped toward the outer sea, Xu Qing sat cross-legged inside. He pulled out a white scale. It was actually a command medallion. Back when he left the Summer Immortal Palace, he had given up his spot in exchange for this travel medallion, which would allow him to travel the primeval sea. With it, he could go to other star rings even though he was a Summer Immortal. The process would still be very dangerous. It was a very special medallion. It was so special, in fact, that the palace lord only had 3 of them. Xu Qing looked at it, then looked up. In his mind's eye, he could see that old man and could hear the last words he had spoken. That's a world controlled by humans, and it's also a world of immortals. It was the 5th star ring, and it was also called the Immortal Capital. Xu Qing took a deep breath. Putting the medallion away, he closed his eyes and started meditating. In that manner, time passed. 4 hours later, the Sage Heaven Pagoda sped through the sky over the Forbidden Sea. The border between the inner sea and the outer sea was getting closer and closer. Even as the pagoda sped along at top speed, a flirtatious peal of laughter reached his ears from outside. "So, your primal yang is back, you naughty little boy." Chapter 10:89. You know how to thank me, naughty boy. Do you in a location not very far from the border of the inner sea, the Sage Heaven Pagoda had lurched to a halt as it flew through the sky. Huge waves were surging out from one specific point, like a tsunami, as a statue that seemed as tall as the sky itself rose up from the water. The statue shone with dazzling golden light. This was an actual god. The god towered over the ocean with such immense height that Xu Qing's pagoda looked like a tiny toy in comparison. Astonishingly, the statue looked like a fox. It was not made of clay, but rather hard stone that was as red as flame. The fox actually looked very realistic. What was more, she didn't pulse with the godfire of a flawless god like before. No, this was the power of an altar god. To be precise, she was halfway into the altar god level, but was so strong that she had the battle prowess of an altar god. In response to the mere presence of an altar god, brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth. Terrifying godly might caused the dome of heaven above the sea to spin, creating a huge vortex. The vortex in the sky spun clockwise, while the sea churned counterclockwise. As a result, everything in between the 2 vortexes rippled and distorted. The fox started laughing. Inside the pagoda, Xu Qing opened his eyes. He sighed in his heart. He had long been avoiding High God Starfear, and he definitely had not intended to run into her here. But there was no way of getting out of the situation now, so he stepped out of the pagoda. Hovering in the air, he looked at the majestic statue, clasped hands, and bowed. Well met, High God. It was no surprise to him that Starfear was just on the cusp of being an altar god. After the ceremony the 3 gods had accomplished, it was a given that they would eventually become altar gods. What was more, they had fought many battles after the Holy Lands came. Though Grand Emperor Swordsage had ultimately absorbed the people of the Holy Lands when using his sword against them, they released power from the starry sky that the 3 gods could use to get stronger. "What's wrong, you charming rogue? You don't seem too happy to see me. I've been really worried about you lately. In fact, I've been thinking about you all the time." Starfare's flirtatious voice seemed to caress his ears and stroke his heart. As she spoke, the statue shrank down to the size of an ordinary person. The stone turned into flesh, and within moments, she was a bewitchingly charming woman, looking through the bubble that surrounded the pagoda and smiling enigmatically at Xu Qing. Xu Qing wasn't sure how to respond, so he chose not to say anything. Seeing him like that caused High God Starfear to lick her lips. It was almost as if she could see through his clothing as she looked him up and down. Her eyes glittered charmingly, and she took a deep breath. Ah, whatever, you heartless rogue, she said in a tender voice. Who out there went and made your primal yang so fragrant and sweet? Even when I'm angry at you, just looking at you takes all the anger away. Now, tell me, are you really going to the outer sea? Xu Qing was used to the look Starfare gave him, so it didn't affect him. He nodded. What a coincidence, Starfare said, blinking a few times. I just so happen to be taking a trip to the outer sea as well. Why don't we go together? Incidentally, why do you seem so leery? You won't open that bubble and you won't come out either. What, you think I'm going to eat you or something? I've helped you a lot over the years, yet you're treating me like a stranger. Anger flashed in Starfare's eyes. Xu Qing knew that he didn't have any choice here. Starfare really had helped him a lot over the years, and what was more, she was an ally to humankind. Sighing inwardly again, he waved his hand to dispel the bubble. Putting the Sage Heaven pagoda away, he approached Starfare. That's better. Then she extended her hand so quickly that he couldn't avoid it. She pinched his cheek and laughed happily. Then, looking much more pleased than before, she took Xu Qing in the direction of the border. It wasn't very far away. In the blink of an eye, they were at the spot where the inner sea became the outer sea. The color of the water was clearly different between the two. On one side, it was violet. On the other side, it was black. And in that spot where the violet and black met, there was a boat. Seated cross-legged in the boat was a scholarly, middle-aged man who was currently fishing. It was none other than Yu Liuchen. He didn't look up at Xu Qing and Starfare when they arrived. In contrast, a serious expression appeared on Starfare's face upon seeing him. They were both gods, but the difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, Yu Liuchen was getting close to being a true god. Starfare realized that instantly. Taking a step forward so she was in front of Xu Qing, she bowed to Yu Liuchen. Yu Liuchen's expression remained placid. You're blocking my line of sight. Saying nothing, Starfare stepped to the side. Yu Liuchen slowly looked up at Xu Qing. Xu Qing stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Well met, senior. Yu Liuchen didn't say anything at first. He studied Xu Qing for a moment, then looked up at the dome of heaven. Did he smile in his final moments? Yu Liuchen asked. Xu Qing knew that the he Yu Liuchen had just mentioned was obviously Grand Emperor Swordsage. Xu Qing didn't know the whole story about the history between Grand Emperor Swordsage and Yu Liuchen, but he had witnessed their interaction back in the battle in the imperial capital, and knew that Yu Liuchen had come to deliver a final sword to Swordsage. Based on everything that had played out, it was clear that Swordsage and Yu Liuchen were friends. Originally, Xu Qing had assumed that it was virtually impossible for an immortal to be friends with a god, but the Empress had become a god, and just now, Starfare had stood protectively in front of him. Because of things like that, Xu Qing had his own understanding of gods. He did, Xu Qing replied softly. He smiled with happiness and contentment. Yu Liuchen just sat there quietly for a moment. Then Hai's gaze shifted from the sky and back to Xu Qing. He snorted coldly. For the sake of that showboating attention-seeker. Yu Liuchen tugged on Hai's fishing pole, causing a 3-headed, 9-colored fish to fly up into the air. The freakish fish instantly exploded, and its blood then swirled into a sphere. There was a little showboater named Xu Qing who went out for training. A few years later, the showboater came back safely. That was Yu Liuchen's story, and it was a blessing. When he finished telling the story, it entered the sphere of blood, which wriggled and briefly shone with 9-colored light. Then the sphere collapsed, turning into dust that dissipated into heaven and earth. Xu Qing felt something warm flowing through him. With a grateful look in his eye, he bowed at the waist. Yu Liuchen looked away and continued fishing. Shortly after, Starfare indicated that they should continue on their way. Passing Yu Liuchen, they left the inner sea. The moment they entered that other heaven and earth, Xu Qing sensed chaos and violence in the wind. They had arrived at the outer sea. I almost can't believe he gave you a blessing, you little rogue, Starfare said. That blessing is nothing short of profound. After all, he's going to become a true god any day now. Keep that blessing close to you at all times. When he eventually does become a true god, you'll essentially have the protection of a true god with you. From the frown on Starfare's face, she didn't seem very happy. However, that didn't stop her from explaining to Xu Qing how valuable the blessing was. Of course, the reason she wasn't happy was that, now that he had that blessing, she couldn't see his body like she had been able to before. "All right, where are you really planning to go?" she asked. "I might not know the details, but your final destination obviously isn't the outer sea, and I can sense that you have a travel medallion on you. Very few people know the truth about the outer sea, but it's a given that we gods know the details. That said, using the outer sea to get to another star ring isn't exactly easy. Maybe you do have a travel medallion, so you can bypass the cultivation base restriction. Unfortunately, just having a travel medallion doesn't inherently mean your journey will go smoothly." Starfare looked meaningfully at Xu Qing. He thought for a moment and opened his mouth to speak. But Starfare interrupted him with a laugh. Not giving him the opportunity to say anything, she licked her lips and said, "With me around, things are a bit different. If you want to use the outer sea to get to another star ring, you first have to open a passage. There are 2 ways to do that. One is by means of a special ceremony that requires the cooperation of at least 3 altar gods. You would also need a lot of godly entities to serve as nutrients. I could help you do that. Obviously, I'm half a step into the altar god level, and my 2 sisters are the same. It would be difficult, but we should be able to open a passage for you. Unfortunately, that would be very draining, so you would need to think of a way to pay me back, right?" Starfare seemed even more flirtatious than before. Xu Qing, meanwhile, kept his expression the same as before. "What's the second option?" Starfire's eyebrows shot up. "The second way? You can burn some star ring hemp to open a passage. Star ring hemp is cultivated for the specific purpose of opening passageways. On the outside, it looks like an ordinary plant, but it actually contains starlight. Unfortunately, star ring hemp is just about extinct, and there definitely isn't any in revered ancient. The only way to get even a tiny bit of it would be to trade with other star rings. And that's why you're going to have to go with the first option." Xu Qing quietly pulled a piece of hemp out from his bag of holding. Starfire's eyes went wide. That hemp had come from the sandal of the old man he had met in the outer sea, and was the same hemp Xu Qing had first seen in the mouth of that golden rat. Back when he got the travel medallion at the Summer Immortal Palace, he had asked how to use it. The explanation had been the same as Starfare. Just now, he had shown the palace lord the hemp, and she had confirmed that it really was star ring hemp. He had been about to explain that moments ago when Starfare interrupted him. As Starfare stared blankly at the hemp, Xu Qing ignited it. A moment later, smoke rose up into the sky. Despite how tiny the flame was, it let off massive amounts of smoke, which filled the sky and then settled down on the surface of the water. The water seethed. As it did, 35 vortexes appeared, all of them spinning and letting off ancient auras that shook everything dramatically. Xu Qing saw the sandal and got the hemp in chapters 1003 and chapter 1090. Departing revered ancient, striding toward the immortal capital. The vortexes caused crackling, electric light to fill the sky of revered ancient's outer sea. Red lightning bolts danced about like writhing red snakes. It looked almost as if the canopy of heaven had been filled with innumerable red rifts, and was now hovering on the verge of collapse. The rifts eventually seemed to organize into something like an ancient sealing mark that constantly transformed and shifted. It was almost like some unimaginable entity performing an incantation gesture. Thunderous booms shook the world, as if the fabric of heaven and earth were being sundered. Boom, booms, boom. An immense wind blew, endless and chaotic. In addition to all that, the waters of the primeval sea began to churn wildly. Water sprayed everywhere as huge waves rolled out in all directions. The deafening sound made it seem like the entire sea itself was howling. In many places in the outer sea, gods stirred in their dwelling places, eventually opening their eyes. None did anything to stop what was happening. In fact, they instinctively retracted their auras. As far as they were concerned, the majesty of the outer sea surpassed all other levels of life. And what was happening right now was the paramount godly authority of the primeval sea. Any who interfered would be hit by the power of a star ring. The dramatic event wasn't just affecting the outer sea. The inner sea, and in fact, all of revered ancient, was trembling. And if one could look down at revered ancient as a whole, they would clearly see lands quaking, mountains shaking, and rivers seething. Countless living beings from innumerable species were shaken to the core. It had been far too many years since a passageway in the primeval sea was opened. The first method Starfire had mentioned wouldn't result in something like this. Only the burning of star ring hemp would cause the godly authority of the primeval sea to erupt. Star ring hemp was exceedingly rare, and as a result, Starfire could only look on, eyes wide with shock and heart pounding in astonishment. Xu Qing himself had not been aware that something like this would happen. However, his attention was not focused on all of the side effects. He was looking closely at the 35 huge vortexes. His heart was racing. Each and every vortex was the size of an entire city. They all looked exactly the same, be it in size, aura, or the speed with which they spun. In other words, there was no way to tell which vortex led to which star ring. As Xu Qing's heart raced, the 35 vortexes all surged with the power of both time and space. Other ordinary cultivators wouldn't pick up on such nuance, but Xu Qing was not ordinary. He had an immortal body and cultivated the 10 extreme Daos. The first 5 of the extremes were the 5 elements. The 6th extreme was the substructure power of fishing the moon in the well, and that was space. The 7th extreme came from the sundial of time. Because of that, Xu Qing was sensitive to both space and time, in a way that surpassed ordinary people by a large margin. And thus, he could clearly sense that space and time were surging within the 35 vortexes. Slowly but surely, a resonance was forming with the 6th and 7th extremes. Because of that resonance, the time and space within Xu Qing began to pulse in response to the vortexes. Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing. He was now getting the feeling that these 35 vortexes all contained secrets of time and space. As he stood there lost in thought, Starfire took a deep breath and looked at him. "Not bad, you little rogue. You even have some star ring hemp up your sleeve. That's definitely not something I could have predicted. That said, star ring hemp can only open the passageways, and your travel medallion will only provide you some direction so you don't get lost. Sadly, once you enter a passageway, you have to worry about more than just getting lost. You also have to deal with the ripping force you experience when entering a new star ring. If you truly want safe passage, you need some sort of treasure from the starry sky. Maybe you have that godvine, but..." Before Starfire could finish speaking, Xu Qing produced his Sage Heaven pagoda. As soon as it appeared, he waved his finger at it. The pagoda trembled and then pulsed with a starry sky aura. Starfire's eyes went wide. "That's a very interesting pagoda. It actually prevented me from sensing what's inside of it. That thing has an extraordinary origin." Starfire was shocked. However, all she did was blink a few times as she studied the pagoda. Then she looked cool and apathetic as she continued. "Forget about what I said earlier. The most important thing about using the primeval sea to get to another star ring is making the right choice of passageway. I doubt you're just planning to go somewhere randomly. You surely had a destination star ring in mind." Unfortunately, the 35 passageways are all random. They aren't lined up in a specific sequence. If you want to pick one in particular, you have to make a deduction based on a host of clues. It can be very taxing on the mind and heart. Now, I can help you, you little rogue, on one condition. Starfire licked her lips, and somehow looked even more flirtatious than before. Looking back at her, Xu Qing pulled a golden rat out of his bag of holding. "I happen to have this very rare creature, and the place I'm going has others of its kind." Xu Qing sent out some divine will to the golden rat, which immediately looked at the 35 vortexes. Its nose twitched, and then it became a golden beam of light that shot toward the vortexes. It stopped at the first one, checked it, then looked back at Xu Qing in confusion. Starfire chuckled. "Doesn't seem very smart." Xu Qing sent it another message via divine will. The golden hair on the rat all stood on end, and the power of its bloodline surged. As a result, the area around it rippled and distorted, as if both space and time were changing. Starfire's gaze hardened. After a moment of thought, Xu Qing sent out the Tao of extreme space and the Tao of extreme time to help. The golden rat shivered, and its eyes shone with unprecedented amounts of golden light as it peered at the other vortexes. It burst into motion. It stopped briefly at the 3rd, 5th, 23rd, and 30th vortex. Then it squeaked excitedly at Xu Qing. After that, it hurried back into Xu Qing's arms, where it sagged in exhaustion. Which was the strongest? He asked. The golden rat thought, looked at the 35 vortexes, and then pointed its paw at the 23rd vortex. It issued a few more squeaks. Starfire's eyes shone coldly as she looked at the golden rat. The golden rat shivered and then burrowed back into the bag of holding. Xu Qing, meanwhile, looked at the 23rd vortex with a gaze of determination. He had met all the requirements. Although he couldn't be absolutely confident that the 23rd vortex would take him to the 5th star ring, at the very least, it was the most likely option. After all, that old man's golden rat had been extremely powerful. Xu Qing took a deep breath and prepared to say farewell to Starfire. However, that was when Starfire chuckled again. "Aya, you cute little whore. Ah, fine, whatever." Continuing to chuckle, she softly exhaled, all while emanating golden light. Her breath swirled out in front of her, ultimately turning into a hand-sized little fox. It was a clone of her. Before Xu Qing could object, it shot over and landed on his shoulder, where it stuck out its little tongue and licked his neck. Looking intoxicated, it flirtatiously said, "What are you staring at, you little devil? Let's go." But Xu Qing was as stiff as a board. He turned to look at the fox on his shoulder. "Senior." "Senior? Don't call me senior. Call me big sis." The little fox once again licked his neck, then laughed coquettishly. "I wasn't planning to come along, but since you wanted to keep me away, I made the decision to stay in revered ancient with my true form and send a clone with you. I guarantee that at some point on this trip, little buddy, I'll figure out a way to get your primal yang with no objections. What are you still starring for? Let's go." Xu Qing frowned. "Senior," he said quietly, "the place I'm going isn't very friendly toward gods." The little fox chuckled. "Are you trying to tell me the species of revered ancient are friendly toward gods? I don't care. As long as you come with friendly intentions, and given that I'm just a clone, it won't matter." Xu Qing considered the situation for a few breaths of time before sighing again inside. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get out of this situation. The only thing he wasn't sure about was how the people in the 5th star ring would treat a god. But now wasn't the time to sit around contemplating things. Besides, having Starfire's clone along on the journey might make things easier. With that thought in mind, Xu Qing stepped into the Sage Heaven pagoda and had the god Vine send glittering starlight out to bolster it. The pagoda rumbled loudly and shot toward the 23rd vortex. It flew inside. The power of time erupted. The tearing sensation inside the vortex grew intense. Time also flowed chaotically inside the spinning vortex. Both space and time felt like they were being stretched out. Then a voice spoke from outside, burrowing into space and flowing through time. It avoided all outside senses and entered directly into Xu Qing's mind. "You owe me the price of a wish. The price you have to pay is one specific thing and nothing else. I want the statue of eminent desolation held in the imperial capital of the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. At some point in the future, you will give it to me. Consider it karma between us. 1. It wasn't very long ago, but it seems like a lot has happened since the mask was cut off in the middle of statting its price for the wish in Chapter 1078. Chapter 1091, An Unknown World. Heaven and earth spun chaotically. The cosmos was infinite. Space seemed to go on forever, only to contract to a minute size an instant later. Time stretched out endlessly, only to shrink down a moment after that. They were connected, fused, forming a massive, mysterious vortex that gobbled up Xu Qing's Sage Heaven pagoda. Terrifying power erupted, forming a majestic force of attraction that surpassed the level of all tempests and could crush anything and everything. When it hit the pagoda, it exerted an influence on the forward path of the pagoda. In comparison, the pagoda was like a tiny rowboat being swept along by a massive, furious wave. In the blink of an eye, the extra levels Zhang San had added to the pagoda all exploded into rubble. The rubble was then wiped out of existence, turning into ashes that dissipated in the vortex of time and space. After losing all of the modifications that had been added on, it was back to its original form. It was a dilapidated pagoda, speeding along within the power of the vortex. The pagoda rotated on its own, but was also being spun by the power of the vortex, creating a chaotic sensation. In fact, if you looked closely, you would realize that the pagoda was actually spinning faster than the vortex. That was the result of the interaction between the two things. The two different speeds led to a terrifying pulling sensation that made Xu Qing feel like he was rocketing forward at incredible speed. Though he was seated cross-legged inside the pagoda, he was actually floating and spinning. He wasn't in control of anything. What was more, he was actually spinning even faster than the pagoda. It was because of the differences in the physical nature of everything involved. Put plainly, the vortex, the pagoda, and Xu Qing were all rotating at different speeds. The resulting pulling force was naturally intense. Xu Qing was trembling as if he was being torn apart, but what hurt even more was his soul. It was hard for him to assess what exactly he was feeling. When he scanned himself, he experienced both clarity and blurriness. It was even the same with his perception of the color of his surroundings when he looked at them with divine will. Sometimes there were 2 colors, sometimes there were 9 colors, sometimes there was no color, sometimes it was pure chaos. Numerous images appeared in his mind. His eyes weren't open. The palace lord of the Summer Immortal Palace had warned Xu Qing that this would happen when he asked her for information about the primeval sea. Because Xu Qing's cultivation base wasn't actually strong enough to go through the passage, she had told him not to open his eyes. That was why he was keeping them tightly shut. Going through the passage would take a long time. It was almost like journeying into a bottomless abyss. Xu Qing wasn't even sure how much time had passed. All he knew was that the pain kept increasing. In fact, he was reaching the point where he almost couldn't feel his own body, as if he wasn't himself. It was the same with his soul. His perceptions were descending into chaos. All of the torment was pushing him into an intense sensation of deadly crisis. This isn't going to work. The vortex, the pagoda, and I are all rotating at different speeds. And if it keeps up, either the pagoda will explode or I'll explode. And the latter is the more likely of the two. I've experienced something like this before. His body felt like it was being ripped apart, and his soul felt like it was going out of control. At that point, he bit his tongue, using the pain to stimulate himself and stabilize his mind. It didn't do much, and it only lasted for a moment. However, that was all the time he needed to recall the time he had felt something similar to this. It was back when his human nature, godly nature, and animal nature had erupted back in the Moonlight Region 1. Back then, he had descended into chaos and had been unable to stabilize, and he had reached a point where his soul had been about to explode. He had resolved the situation by finding an anchor. That was how he had regained balance and stabilized his mind. Anchor balance. Back when he had been in chaos because of his human, godly, and animal nature, the anchor he had found was determination and regret revolving around the lifespan flower, too. What about now? A few breaths of time passed, and then determination filled him. He had to ignore the warnings of the palace lord. If things kept on as they were, he could very well die. He had to take control. His eyes suddenly opened. He looked around the Sagehaven Pagoda and felt incredibly dizzy. From his perspective, the pagoda was spinning around him. But he was also spinning, causing his sensation of chaos to grow even more intense. Eyes growing increasingly bloodshot, he unleashed his cultivation base and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Then he threw his hands out wide and used his cultivation base power to adjust the speed of his rotation. After several dozen attempts, and after having coughed up numerous mouthfuls of blood, he managed to slowly adjust his rotation speed to match that of the pagoda. The moment they synced up, the tearing sensation in his body and soul reduced significantly. He was now at a state of balance with the pagoda. This was the anchor Xu Qing had thought of. He breathed a sigh of relief. Me, the pagoda, and the vortex are all spinning differently. Balance is the anchor. Now I need to get myself and the pagoda moving in sync with the vortex. Not daring to relax for an instant, he made some inner analyses, then used the god vine to start making adjustments to the pagoda. Time passed. It was hard to say how much, but eventually his careful work resulted in the pagoda reducing the speed of its rotation. It soon reached a state of sync with the vortex. The moment it happened, Xu Qing suddenly felt very peaceful, even though he knew that he was still rotating at high speed. As the feeling of peacefulness filled him, he looked out of the pagoda. He saw the majestic vortex, and he saw what appeared to be time flowing past. And he saw the interchange of countless nodes of space. He also saw images from history within the vortex, mixing with images of the future. In fact, he was fairly certain he could see himself. Before he could confirm it, the power of the vortex caused space and time to fuse. Rumbling sounds filled the vortex, filled the pagoda, and filled his mind. Next, he and the pagoda slipped into the vortex. They vanished. Intense rumbling filled Xu Qing, and he lost control. He lost consciousness. It was an unknown star ring, an unknown world. The lands were yellow and dry, covered with a spider web of crevices in all directions. The sky was pitch black. However, there were 3 eyeballs up above, staring down malevolently at the lands below. There wasn't much light in the world. There were just the 3 eyeballs like moons, sending out faint light. The place was hazy and deathly silent. A day passed, and another eyeball appeared overhead. Not long after there were 4 eyeballs in the sky, a vortex appeared on the shattered ground. The vortex only existed for a moment of time before vanishing. It left behind a dilapidated pagoda. Inside the pagoda, Xu Qing opened his eyes. His eyes looked blank at first, but they quickly became clear. He looked around with vigilance. He frowned. He had no idea if this was the 5th star ring or not. Although the chances were high it was, the sight of his surroundings left him wondering. Based on his understanding, considering he had been traveling by means of the primeval sea, the most logical thing to conclude was that he would emerge in the primeval sea in the destination star ring. He instinctively looked at his shoulder. Starfear was there, and for some reason had turned into an actual clay fox statue that sat motionless on his shoulder. Xu Qing checked his injuries. They were significant. Instead of choosing to leave the pagoda, he sat down to meditate. 2 days later, his injuries were on the way to being fully healed. He opened his eyes again. Shortly after, he stood and walked out. Once outside, he looked up into the dome of heaven to see 6 eyeballs there. "One new one per day," he murmured. There was no wind, nor did he sense any auras. It was as if this entire world was completely withered up. It wasn't an unfamiliar sensation. Back before he joined 7 Blood Eyes, he had roamed the wilderness of South Phoenix for years. The big difference was that he had been a mortal back then. First, I need to see what this world is like. I need to look for living beings. And then I need to figure out if this is the 5th star ring. If it is the 5th star ring, I need to get to the immortal capital. If it's not. Wrapped up in his thoughts, he put away the dilapidated pagoda. After going through the vortex, the pagoda was on the verge of crumbling into rubble. Considering he would need it to get back to the 9th star ring, he chose not to use it for the time being. After I confirm which star ring I'm in, I can try to find a place to get it repaired. Without any hesitation, he began moving, keeping his guard up. The search had begun. A day later, a 7th eyeball appeared overhead. The light it emanated was very much like the color of blood, 3. However, Xu Qing was not within that blood-colored light. He was in a subterranean cavern, and that was where he encountered a huge coffin. It was covered with sealing marks, magical symbols, and chains. What was more, it was in the middle of a huge spell formation. The rotation of the spell formation was extracting lingering life force from the coffin to nourish the surrounding world. The sight of it caused Xu Qing's pupils to constrict. There's a god in that coffin. He slowly backed up. Another day passed and an eighth eyeball could be seen in the sky. The blood-colored light grew stronger. Xu Qing stood atop a mountain, at the foot of which was a city. Thanks to the blood-colored light, the city seemed gruish and inauspicious. He looked thoughtfully at it. He had been to many places during the last 2 days besides the cave with the coffin, and he had seen living beings. They weren't human. However, they vaguely resembled humans, with blue skin and triangular pupils. Most of them were cultivators, and yet, whether they were cultivators or not, they were all emaciated, with very weak life force. Their listless eyes made them seem like the walking dead. The cultivators here were not very strong. None were beyond the nascent soul level. In fact, Xu Qing could tell that within this city, the strongest 3 people were nascent soul cultivators. Don't tell me this is a minor world. Given how that coffin is drawing from that god to nourish the surrounding world, this place shouldn't be in this state. He thoughtfully walked down into the city. The local cultivators couldn't tell that a stranger was walking among them. The cultivation-based disparity was too great. Unless Xu Qing wanted them to sense him, they wouldn't be able to. And thus, Xu Qing walked about, studying the pedestrians, the shops, and the cultivators. Without exception, everyone was withered and emaciated, and they all seemed to emanate an aura of despair. Even as Xu Qing looked up at the 8 eyeballs in the sky, he reached a shrine hall on the far side of the city. There were more cultivators here than elsewhere, and the exquisite nature of the architecture caught Xu Qing's attention. He entered the shrine hall and saw the shrine at the far end. There were 9 blood-soaked eyeballs on it. The frescoes on the wall depicted various myths and legends. This was what Xu Qing had been looking for: information. Looking at the frescoes told him the story of this world. It had once been a peaceful place, but some years ago an evil sun had appeared in the dome of heaven. When it appeared, the world became withered and full of death. All living beings suffered. When they were in the depths of despair, 9 heroes appeared. They killed the evil sun, though they were grievously injured in the process. Those 9 heroes became heavenly Daos. They turned into 9 eyeballs that safeguarded the living people of the world. However, because they had been injured so badly, their protection couldn't last for very long. Every 9 days, they needed to replenish their life force. As for the living people, in order to show their gratitude, they would willingly sacrifice some of their life force to the 9 eyeballs whenever they appeared together at the same time. 9 eyeballs, 9 heroes, and that god under the ground is probably the evil sun from the legend. But who exactly were the 9 heroes for? Xu Qing looked away from the frescoes and the legends. It seemed to him that the legend of the world could very well just be an excuse to make it easier to harvest life force. That said, at least I have some clues to work with now. He vanished from the shrine hall and appeared atop the mountain. Expression placid, he sat down cross-legged to continue working on his injuries. At the same time, he waited for the 9th eyeball to appear. He was quite certain that once the 9th eyeball was there, he would be able to see this world much more clearly. 1. The situation with the human nature, godly nature, and animal nature started in chapter 619. 2. The lifespan flower as the anchor was in chapter 622. 3. The Chinese characters I'm rendering as eyeballs are actually the common ones normally translated as simply eye. However, I want to differentiate them from 7 blood eyes. In reality, 7 blood eyes would most accurately be rendered 7 blood pupils. In the end, I went with eyes as my translation choice because A, it sounds better. B, the sect was described as having 7 literal eyes on the mountains, not just pupils. And C, I had no idea that something like 1,000 chapters later in a chapter the author hadn't written at that point, there would be another situation with a specific number of blood-colored eyes. There is not supposed to be an obvious linguistic connection between them. Incidentally, the text does not make it clear what exactly they look like. Do they look like literal spherical eyeballs, or do they look like an eye drawn on a piece of paper? We don't know. It could go either way, and the text never makes it clear. And in the end, there is not supposed to be a connection between 7 blood eyes and the eyeballs in this chapter. 4. Another linguistic note here. There are different words that can be translated as hero. For example, the Xia character from Wuxia/Xianxia is sometimes rendered as hero, and that Xia character is sometimes used as a form of address in Wuxia/Xianxia. The term in this chapter, however, is not Xia. It's the most literal and common word for hero, the very same one that is used in the term superhero in Chinese. This isn't particularly relevant, but since many of you are familiar with how Xia and hero are used in these novels, I figured I would elaborate a bit. If I was reading a translation, I would be wondering which version was being used. Chapter 1092, The Heaven of a Minor World. Looking up at the 8 eyeballs and the blood-red light they emitted, Xu Qing thought, based on what I've seen over the past few days, I can tell that days on this world are 34 hours long. That's a bit longer than revered ancient, and that means that it'll be another 8 hours before the 9th eyeball appears, while I'm waiting. Xu Qing closed his eyes to assess his current cultivation base and battle prowess. He had been very familiar with his god clone, including its godly authority and other assets. When going into battle like that, I could turn into a real killing machine. As for this immortal body, truth be told, he had not yet had a chance to have a real fight with this body. When he fought Grand Emperor Netherflame, he had been working with his eldest brother to simply contain the enemy, and he had not used any divine abilities or magical techniques. Therefore, Xu Qing felt that his priority as he waited was to make sure all his magical techniques were in order and ready to use. This immortal body cultivates the 10 extreme Daos. However, because I've only reached the level of 9 in both Spirit Trove and Void Returning, my current limit is 9 extreme Daos. They start with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Those serve as the foundation, and are also natural laws that govern the operation of heaven and earth. By using my 5 yin organs as the basis, I can use my own body to perform the cycles, as opposed to using heaven and earth as the origin. Because of that, my battle prowess is not limited by any specific location or world. In other words, I can use the power of the 5 elements anywhere I go. Xu Qing lifted his hand and then stretched his fingers out and looked at them. A metal-type power gathered in his palm. When it reached an extreme level, Xu Qing's eyes gleamed. The Tao of extreme metal will allow me to control any type of metal in heaven and earth. It's not a specific magical technique, but rather, will rely on quick thinking to be beneficial. The same thing applies to wood, water, fire, and earth. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. With the Tao of the 5 elements, all bits of wood around him could be pieced together based on his thoughts. Theoretically speaking, the only limit to this 5 elements power is my own imagination. In other words, if I want divine abilities for the Tao of 5 elements, I need to seek enlightenment about how to create them. Most importantly, any individual element can make a divine ability, or they can all be combined into a divine ability. After experimenting briefly with each of the 5 elements, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Now, let's deal with Little Shadow. Little Shadow does not suffer from any limitations because of the switch between God clone and immortal body. Xu Qing waved his hand, and his shadow stretched out in all directions, ultimately covering the entire mountain. At that point, Xu Qing was able to see Little Shadow's true form. It was a huge tree with a coffin hanging down from it, covered with numerous eyes. It pulsed with ingratiating emotional fluctuations. And then there's the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword was part of immortal cultivation, so naturally speaking, it couldn't stay inside a god clone long-term. Therefore, Xu Qing had extracted it and put it into his immortal body. Upon sensing the sword within him, he recalled the various sword stances Grand Emperor Swordsage had demonstrated. Earth treasury, rending the void, heavenly palaces, star splendor, the human world. Xu Qing spent some time, mentally reviewing the 5 sword techniques, before moving on. Beyond all that, My magical techniques include Golden Crow, assimilates myriad spirits as well as my immortal skills. A black spark appeared on Xu Qing's forehead, which turned into a golden crow. Black fire spread all around him, which he could control and bolster with the Tao of extreme fire. As the golden crow's many tails spread, Xu Qing sensed something like a cheer coming from it. After some contemplation, Xu Qing went on to the immortal skills. Immortal skills were a type of forbidden magic, and Xu Qing's control was limited. He had 6 thieves deceive life and 5 dogs cleave immortals. The former had 2 Tao lineaments, while the latter would require some personal enlightenment. I can still use them. His eyes shone with mysterious light, as his authority of erasure formed. Then I have my magical treasures. He waved his hand, and 3 beams of light shot out, 3 magical treasures. The first was a needle that could stitch karma. The second was a pair of shears that could sever perception. The third was a shield that could be used for defense. The first 2 came from the Vivifiends, while the last was something he had acquired in the Devil Bird Holy Land. 1. As for trump cards, his eyes glittered. Fishing the moon in the well represents the Tao of extreme space. That's the first. My life essence sundials can influence the timescape, and they represent the Tao of extreme time. That's the second. And I have one more, assuming I can assemble it with the 5 elements. And that's the God Decapitation Altar. Or I guess the most accurate way to say it would be a 5 elements God Decapitation Altar, 2. And finally, he took a deep breath, and his expression became more serious. The Tao of extreme space and the Tao of extreme time both have individual transformations. He thought back to what he had seen when he opened his eyes in the vortex passageway. Space was infinitely big and infinitely small. Time was infinitely long and infinitely short. Xu Qing's brow tightened into a frown, but soon relaxed. He knew that he needed enlightenment of additional factors before he could do anything like that with his immortal body. In fact, study and training was why he had chosen to travel to the immortal capital in the 5th star ring to begin with. There's no reason to get anxious. Calming his heart and mind, he closed his eyes to seek enlightenment. And thus, 8 hours ticked by. At that point, ripples flowed through the dome of heaven, accompanied by thunderous rumblings. All living beings were shaken to the core and instinctively looked up. High in the sky, a 9th eyeball had appeared. The moment it was there, the entire sky turned crimson. The gloomy world was stained with red, until everything was the color of blood. A terrifying aura descended from above, becoming a dreadful tempest that covered anything and everything. Along with it came the sound of murmuring, which were the voices of the heavenly Taos speaking into the ears of all living beings. It became like thunder. Then all people in the world, be they mortals or cultivators, regardless of whether they were in villages or cities, or even out in the wilderness, all prostrated toward the dome of heaven. Regardless of what their facial expressions had been before, the murmuring caused them to look fanatical. And regardless of how emaciated they were or how withered their life force was, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice some of themselves. It was the same with children and the elderly. Everyone participated. Because of the willing sacrifice, the life force became streams of white smoke that rose up into the air toward the 9 blood-colored eyeballs. The eyeballs absorbed it. As Xu Qing coldly observed things play out, he circulated his cultivation base, tapped into his 5 yin organs, and activated his 7 major worlds. Spirit power flowed into his eyes. That was when he could see that he wasn't looking at 9 eyeballs. Astonishingly, there were 9 spell formations, and within each spell formation was a skeletal corpse seated cross-legged. They still have life force. They're not dead. Xu Qing studied the 9 corpses. He could tell from their facial features that they weren't species from this world. They were human. They're all wearing the same clothes, too. Are they from the same organization? How were they injured? As Xu Qing watched, the life force from the world converged on the 9 corpses. However, after that, it came out of the tops of their heads and drifted off to a distant location that Xu Qing couldn't see. They're not injured. They're actually filtering out impurities. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Around then, a faint aura of awakening appeared on Xu Qing's shoulder. Next, Starfear slowly transformed from a clay fox statue back into a flesh and blood form. When she opened her eyes, she grumbled, "Where the hell are we, boy? Which star ring did we end up in? Why does this place suppress gods so strongly? It's terrifying. In fact, it rejects all forms of godly power. I could barely wake myself up." When Xu Qing didn't answer, she opened her eyes and looked at the lands below. Her pupils constricted. "There's a flawless god sealed underground." She studied the surrounding world, then noticed the 9 eyeballs in the dome of heaven. She gasped. "It's a god-assimilating spell formation." "Senior," Xu Qing said, "I did make it clear that I was going to a place that doesn't welcome gods." Starfear shrank in on herself and weakly said, "The force of suppression on me is too strong. This isn't a matter of not welcoming gods. This is a minor world set up specifically to assimilate a god. It's extracting power from the god below to nourish the living beings here. But that's only the first level of filtration. Next, the living beings send their life force to those 9 cultivators. That's the second level of filtration. After those 2 levels, an incomparably pure power is sent out for someone else to absorb. Very ruthless. In fact, this is even more ruthless than your revered ancient. I wonder who set this up, and how many formations like this are there." Starfear was clearly afraid of this place. After some thought, she transformed into an earring on Xu Qing's ear. "This should be safer," she whispered. Then a tongue emerged from the earring and licked Xu Qing's ear. She could sense the energy of his primal yang. That seemed to placate her a bit. It felt a bit unsettling to Xu Qing, but considering the state Starfear was in, he didn't stop her. He looked back up at the 9 eyeballs in the dome of heaven. "I don't think they've sensed you," Starfear said dully. "Are you just going to leave this place?" Xu Qing shook his head. "It would be simple to break free, but there are likely more levels of defense outside. I'm still not fully recovered. What's more, considering I don't know the full story, I don't want to do anything until I'm back at my peak." He had always been the type of person who remained unflustered, and he was extremely patient. He had been like that as a child, and that hadn't changed after he joined 7 Blood Eyes. He was in an unfamiliar place, and therefore his best options were either to do nothing, or to wait until he was confident about what would happen if he did do something. "Fine," Starfear said. "I won't do anything to help you for now. The pressure is too immense. I need to sleep a bit to get used to it." Starfear seemed very listless, and at the same time, helpless. All she could do was grumble to herself about the risk she had taken to come to a hellish place like this for some primal yang. Xu Qing just nodded and continued to observe what was happening. And thus the night passed. The living beings in this world made this same sacrifice whenever the 9 eyeballs came out. When the day dawned, the sacrifice was over, and all of them were in an extremely weak state. That said, the 9 eyeballs didn't absorb too much life force. They left some behind. That ensured that there was always some hope in the world, and people didn't descend into true despair. Up above, 8 of the eyeballs were no longer visible. There was only one there. In the following days, Xu Qing remained seated cross-legged atop the mountain. By the time a 4th eyeball was visible above, the injuries he had sustained in the primeval sea vortex were fully recovered. He was back at his peak. He didn't waste any time. For the next few days, he sought enlightenment about how to combine the Tao of the 5 elements with the god decapitation altar. He also spent some time thinking about his experiences with space and time in the vortex passageway. He was becoming increasingly convinced that what he had experienced with space and time in the vortex were going to be crucial in confirming the Tao he was personally searching for. Time passed. The world grew increasingly crimson as the 9th day came. The 9th terrifying eyeball slowly appeared in the canopy of heaven. Blood-colored light spread as the living beings began to offer their sacrifice. Xu Qing stood. "It's time to leave," he said calmly, and he stepped up into the sky. The sky trembled. Lightning snaked out beneath his feet in all directions. Each step he took seemed to shake the entire world, and the brilliance of the spreading lightning vied with heaven itself. The 9 eyeballs suddenly stopped absorbing the life force energy. And then, as they sensed Xu Qing, they swiveled to face him. 1. The needle first appeared in Chapter 974.2. The shears first appeared in Chapter 980. The shield first appeared in Chapter 1070. 2. The God Decapitation Altar section started in about Chapter 633 and went on for something like 10 chapters. After that, Xu Qing used it a handful of times in various chapters. Chapter 1093, God-Refining Spirit Mine. The pupils of the 9 enormous blood-colored eyeballs constricted. Inside the eyeballs were the 9 corpses seated cross-legged, who were absorbing the spirit energy from the living beings below. All of them trembled. Clearly, Xu Qing's arrival was a complete shock. He had not been noticed before the moment he revealed himself. That was a very significant fact, and it was clearly shocking to the 9 corpse-like cultivators. "Excuse me," Xu Qing said calmly. "I'd like to leave this place. Do you mind letting me through?" Obviously, the ideal outcome would be to leave without having to make a scene. Unfortunately, his words had a very different result than intended. The 9 blood-red eyeballs emanated intense hostility. The 9 cultivators within them didn't know where this person came from or how he had entered this minor world controlled by their clan. But it didn't matter. They simply couldn't permit mishaps in this place. Killing intent surged within them, and they immediately sent messages to the outside. Sadly for them, Xu Qing had prepared well before revealing himself, and it was a given he was ready in all respects. He knew that these 9 eyeballs were strange, but getting past them wouldn't be difficult. What was more, defeating the 9 cultivators wouldn't pose a challenge. The main concern would be to make sure no one from the outside interfered when he was killing them. Xu Qing was confident that, given how this minor world was set up, there was likely some sort of guardian on the outside. If someone like that interfered when he was trying to leave, it could lead to a tricky situation. Therefore, the best option was to try to get out quickly and smoothly to ensure that the outside guardian didn't notice what was happening. As he strode up into the sky, he waved his right hand, causing a huge pair of shears to appear high in heaven above the 9 eyeballs. The shears were so massive they filled the sky, and their arrival caused the aura of a grand emperor's treasure to rage like a tempest. These were the shears that could sever all Dao lineaments and karma. They snapped shut. They made no sound, and yet all living beings, including the 9 cultivators in the eyeballs, heard a cracking sound deep in their souls. At that moment, all information the cultivators were transmitting to the outside world was severed. But things weren't over yet. Next, the Grand Emperor's needle glittered as it stitched the karma that had just been severed, so that everything looked just as it had looked to Xu Qing 9 days before. Because of that, no information could leave this place. No fluctuations would emerge from it. In most respects, it was now completely invisible and independent. The Grand Emperor's needle improved the concealment effect. Unless an outside force sent divine will into this world, then they would have no way of knowing that anything unusual was happening. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with cold light. "Since you refuse to talk, then I guess." He took a final step, which caused the dome of heaven to tremble. Lightning converged beneath his feet, becoming like countless red snakes that shot toward the 9 eyeballs. The eyeballs shivered and glowed with red light. Within them, the 9 cultivators quickly lifted their hands, their expressions very serious. They could sense that they were dealing with 2 extraordinary Grand Emperor treasures, and they also knew they were now cut off from the outside. Starting to feel despondent, they performed incantation gestures. The 9 eyeballs glowed with even more intense red light, and they pulsed with an astonishing defensive spell formation power. At the same time, the bodies of the 9 cultivators began to transform from their withered state. Using the life force power they had absorbed, they began to recover from their previous state. They knew that they had to fight in the face of this sudden threat, or else they would end up dead. Xu Qing's face was completely expressionless. He didn't care what cultivation base these people had. As long as they were imperial sovereigns, it didn't matter if they woke up completely. "I suppose this is the perfect opportunity to test out this immortal body. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Lifting his right hand, he pointed at the first eyeball. The power of metal built within his lungs. He inhaled, then exhaled sharply, causing his breath to fill the entire minor world. It affected all metal in the world, including all weapons. In the blink of an eye, the world started trembling. An instant later, all 5 elements metals in the world were replaced. Xu Qing's extreme metal power became a Tao of this world. He could sense that, with a mere thought, he could control every metallic thing in the world. His eyes glittered. All of the 5 elements metals in the world erupted, gathering together in the sky in a flowing stream. It turned into a gigantic finger made of metal. The finger hit the first eyeball. The moment it did, the spell formation went wild, sending out incredible power to defend the eyeball. But the formation ended up being completely useless. It shattered, and the awakening cultivator inside the eyeball had no chance of escaping. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the eyeball collapsed and fell out of the sky. The cultivator within it screamed as the power of metal killed him in body and soul. The cultivators in the other 8 eyeballs were visibly astonished, but quickly went all out to try to get back to their peak level. So, this is the power of an extreme immortal. At the moment in which Xu Qing had taken over the Tao of metal in this world, he felt like he had become the embodiment of a heavenly Tao. Next, he said one thing. Wood. The power of wood from his liver swept out and filled the world. All vegetation in the world shivered, as did all wood-type cultivators and anything else related to wood. The world lost one of its Taos. A majestic finger made from the power of the Tao of extreme wood formed in the air. It pulsed with intense life force and a boundless terror as it shot toward the second eyeball. All living beings shook at the sight of it. Another of the 9 eyeballs fell. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Winds screamed. And then Xu Qing's voice spoke like the flowing of the tide. Water. Water from Xu Qing's kidneys replaced all 5 elements water in the world. It rose up into the sky and became rain, rivers, and seas. The foundation of all living beings. The world really was too small, and so, after taking the role of heavenly Tao, Xu Qing could control all living beings. Fire. The sound of a heartbeat became like heavenly thunder. Fire raged, flickering in the eyes of all living beings. And finally, Earth. The lands of the minor world trembled, seemingly possessed of a will of their own, as they shot toward the eyeballs in heaven, backed by countless years of pent-up rage. 3 fingers rose into the sky. 3 eyeballs collapsed. 3 cultivators perished. All the 5 elements' power was under Xu Qing's control, allowing him to take over and become a heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, the cultivators and the surviving 4 eyeballs had recovered and were rising to their feet one after another. Under their control, the eyeballs shrank down and entered their foreheads, bolstering them. Instantly, their auras surged. These were 7-world smoldering gods. Grim looks appeared in their eyes, all while fear simmered in their hearts. One of them then stepped forward. Sire, it matters not where you come from. There is only one way to leave this place, and that is to wait for us to leave. Once outside, we can open the way for you to leave this world. If you don't trust us, then we can just send a single person. Considering the level of our cultivation, what's the need for all this fighting and killing? What do you think, sire? The other 3 cultivators didn't react with surprise to his words. Though none of them knew what this person was doing here, they could all tell that he had an astonishing background. Otherwise, he would have died just trying to get into their clan's secret location. What was more, they weren't confident at all in being able to overcome him, and didn't want to throw their lives away. That was why they needed to get out as quickly as possible and contact the elder who controlled the secret location. If the elder stepped in, this interloper would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. Thus, the 3 other cultivators nodded. Everything from before was a misunderstanding. We reacted impulsively. Maintaining vigilance, the 3 of them slowly backed up. Xu Qing looked at them and shook his head. He lifted his right hand. Heaven and earth trembled. The world shook. The 5 phases formed 5 heavenly Tao fingers up above. and then that hand shot toward the 4 cultivators. As their faces fell, their cultivation bases raged as they prepared to fight back. Unfortunately, those 5 fingers were heavenly Daos made from the 5 elements of this world. They contained the will of the world itself, and since Xu Qing was pulsing with a killing will, it meant this was killing intent from heaven itself. The storm raged with heaven-rending, earth-crushing power. It didn't matter how the 4 cultivators struggled or fought back. It didn't do any good. An instant later, agonized shrieks rang out. The 4 cultivators had been smashed into a bloody pulp that fell down to the ground like red flowers. "I prefer to trust myself only," Xu Qing said calmly. Then he looked up at the dome of heaven and clenched his right hand into a fist. An astonishing sword energy emerged from him, which turned into the Emperor's sword. He grasped it, then adjusted the 5 elements' power, sending the might of this world's heavenly Daos into the sword. He slashed it at heaven. Sword energy raged into the sky. Sword light filled the void. Sword will demolished space. In the blink of an eye, a huge furrow opened up as the dome of heaven was slashed open, revealing the heaven beyond. The beings living on this minor world felt like their minds were being hit by 100,000 lightning bolts. All of them just stared up at the sky and the rift there. Most of them were shaken to the core. There was a heaven beyond heaven. Then where are we? As countless people stood there in a daze, Xu Qing headed toward the rift. The world shook as he reached it. He looked down at the minor world, then stepped out through the rift. He was in a strange place. A massive dome stretched overhead, almost like a lid. There wasn't even a scrap of the mutagen of gods. There was only plentiful spirit energy. The sky outside of the minor world was red, and it flowed like a river. The surrounding lands consisted of a huge swamp. It looked like it had once been a huge body of water that was now almost completely dried up. Bubbles would occasionally surface, and when Xu Qing looked at them, he realized to his astonishment that they were all minor worlds, and each of those minor worlds contained a suppressed god. This place was some sort of prison for gods. Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing as he looked around at the countless minor worlds bobbing up and down. And from many of them, something like smoke rose up toward the middle of the sky. There was a vortex there sucking all the smoke away. This place is a prison for gods. That means that the real world must be outside of this place. His eyes glittered as he finally came to an understanding of where he was. He looked off into the distance. The moment he did, the aura of an imperial sovereign flared off in the distance. He heard a deafening screaming sound. An imperial sovereign was on the way. Then a cold and desolate voice echoed out. "How amusing! I've been guarding my clan's spirit mine for a long time, and at long last there's been a jailbreak. 1094, fighting an imperial sovereign." Spirit mine? Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He had considered it likely there would be a guardian, and he had even predicted that it could be an imperial sovereign. After all, this was most likely the 5th star ring, and he was dealing with someone who could suppress a flawless god. But what did come as a surprise was the term used by the Guardian to describe this place. Mines were usually places to gather resources. Based on Xu Qing's understanding, spirit mines usually contained veins of spirit stone. But in this place, the resources were gods. The life force of gods was being absorbed by the living beings of a minor world, filtered of impurities, and then filtered by powerful cultivators. The resulting spirit energy would be immeasurably pure. Given that perspective, it did seem proper to call this place a spirit mine. Those other cultivators mentioned some sort of clan. So did this imperial sovereign. This place must be part of a clan. If this clan has an imperial sovereign working as the guardian of a mine, then what kind of cultivation base does the clan patriarch have? And what standing does the clan have in the larger world here? Xu Qing's eyes were shining. He was now convinced he had made the right decision, and it seemed more likely than ever that he had reached the 5th star ring. However, given the fact I got here through the primeval sea, why did I end up in that minor world? Was there some circumstance or meddling that sent me there? Maybe I can get some answers from this imperial sovereign. Xu Qing looked up at the figure screaming toward him from the horizon. Imperial sovereigns were strong, but Xu Qing had come prepared. He had trump cards that could kill an imperial sovereign, but as for this imperial sovereign, I could probably kill him, but he won't just stand there and let me do it. Therefore, if I need to kill him, I'll have to get the timing just right. Ideally, though, I'd rather resolve this situation without fighting. His eyes narrowed as the sound grew deafening, and ripples appeared in the dome covering this place. An instant later, the newcomer arrived with such incredible speed that it looked almost like an eye had opened in midair. A figure stepped out of it and hovered there. It was a middle-aged cultivator with a wan face, menacing eyes, and a skinny frame that was anything but muscular. He wore a long black robe and was surrounded by swirling red energy that flowed like water and was horrendous in appearance. Most astonishing was his aura. It caused wild colors to flash and sent crushing pressure down everywhere. Thunderous rumbling filled the area, which made him seem even more majestic. At the same time, sludge rose up from the swamp in all directions and floated in the air toward him. The cultivator almost seemed like a black hole that could drag everything in his direction. Xu Qing even felt like his gaze was being tugged toward the man. Even as Xu Qing caught sight of him, the man saw Xu Qing. Looking him up and down, he said, "You're not one of the slaves that inhabits the spirit mine, nor do you have the life force of a god, and there are no signs that anyone broke in here." He looked down at Xu Qing from above for a moment, and something strange occurred to him. Then he looked at the minor world Xu Qing had emerged from, and his eyes narrowed. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he growled, "Looks like you accidentally got into our spirit mine and then killed some of the slaves in charge of assimilating the gods. I can accept that, but I need to know who you are and what you're doing here, and I need to know how you got in here." His voice contained a threatening pressure that filled the area. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Given the way this person had shown up, he was obviously very perceptive. "It's clear he's trying to decide what to do with me. Well, I might as well try to get some information as well." After a moment of thought, Xu Qing clasped hands and bowed. "I am your humble servant, Sir Firedark. And you're right, it's only because of a random accident that I ended up in your noble lands." "What kind of accident?" the man interrupted, his eyes gleaming. Xu Qing frowned slightly but stayed calm. "I was exploring a spatial rift." The middle-aged cultivator laughed, and his eyes gleamed with strange light. "Exploring? I doubt that. The minor worlds of this spirit mine are separated from the major world outside, in a different spatial dimension. The chances of you accidentally getting inside by means of a spatial rift might as well be 0. Now you have a 7th-level smoldering god cultivation base, so it makes sense you could kill those slaves before they could power up. But what is less logical is that you could slash open the sky of that world. That's something you don't see very often. In fact, only a truly spectacular chosen could possibly accomplish it." The gleam in the cultivator's eyes grew more intense. But a chosen cultivator couldn't possibly be ignorant of the rules governing spirit mines, and a chosen would know that spirit mines are very sensitive locations. That's why my original question involved your background. It seems to me that you don't know what you're talking about. Add in the fact that the aura of a foreign star ring still lingers on you, and my guess is that you're not a local cultivator, are you? Xu Qing's face remained expressionless in the face of the cultivator's words. Instead of saying anything, he waited to see if this imperial sovereign would keep talking. "According to what I've heard," the imperial sovereign went on, "before this place dried up into a swamp, it was called the Primeval Sea. And very occasionally, cultivators from other star rings will try to get here to the 5th star ring by going through the Primeval Sea. That said, in order to do that, you need to have a lower immortal cultivation base. Of course. Occasionally, you'll run into chosen cultivators who use other ways to get here. But most chosen like that will come with a Tao protector." The middle-aged cultivator chuckled and looked at Xu Qing with a flash of greed in his eyes. "And yet there you stand avoiding my questions. That just proves that you're nervous. You don't want to reveal who you really are, and that goes to show that you don't have a Tao protector. You're a foreign cultivator from another star ring, aren't you? You must have a lot of information about that other star ring in your head. Such information would be very valuable to me." The cultivator laughed loudly. Eyes shining with even greater intensity, he extended his right hand and pointed at Xu Qing. A huge finger made of natural and magical laws formed in midair. It couldn't have been clearer to see, and even had fingerprints on it. As the finger grew larger and larger, so did the prints, becoming like huge valleys. It overtook the dome of heaven, then began to rumble towards Xu Qing like Mount Tai itself. The aura of an imperial sovereign erupted everywhere, creating astonishing pressure. Looking at the finger through narrowed eyes, Xu Qing backed up quickly. The fact that this cultivator had deduced so much from the handful of words Xu Qing had spoken indicated that he was very shrewd. At the same time, Xu Qing had learned a lot based on how the man had reacted. For one thing, he had indeed reached the 5th star ring. There had been no mistake in his journey. That had been his biggest concern. Everything made sense now that he had learned that the primeval sea here had dried up. Now it made sense how he had ended up in this spot. What was more, the middle-aged cultivator had confirmed something else for him. And that was, there weren't other powerful experts from this man's clan in the area. In fact, it seemed possible that this location was a good distance away from the clan itself. That would explain why the man was so interested in whether or not Xu Qing had a Dao protector. If there were other powerful experts around, or if the spirit mine was located inside the clan, then that wouldn't really matter. After all, given that this imperial sovereign was a spirit mine guardian, it indicated that the clan patriarch was much stronger. Those thoughts flashed through Xu Qing's mind, and he suddenly felt very confident. As the finger closed in, his eyes shone brightly, and the 5 elements erupted within him. It formed a resonance with the 5 elements in this god prison, and then he waved his hand. The minor world he had slashed open rumbled, and the Tao of the 5 elements from within it emerged through the rift he had slashed open. It combined with the 5 elements' power from outside, and the heavenly Tao hand formed again. Just when the imperial sovereign's finger was about to hit Xu Qing, the heavenly Tao hand swept up from below and grabbed it. It jerked it upward. A huge boom rang out. The imperial sovereign's finger trembled violently when the 5 elements' hand grabbed it. The magical laws within it fought back, and the natural laws resisted. A string of popping sounds rang out in all directions. The imperial sovereign didn't seem surprised. He had known from the beginning that Xu Qing was extraordinary. So he lifted his right hand, not to unleash another finger attack, but instead to perform an incantation gesture with 5 fingers. Then he pushed his hand toward Xu Qing. His 5 fingers transformed into 9 worlds, and the 9 worlds became 9 devils. The vicious devils all had different appearances. One carried a mountain on its back and had an enormous belly. One had 2 heads and carried a sea on its back. One shouldered a world and had a body covered with spikes. One was surrounded by a host of living beings, all screaming in anguish. The others were similarly bizarre. The 9 devils all howled and rushed toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing was surprised and immediately halted his forward momentum and fell back. At the same time, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing 6 thieves deceive life to appear, and stirring 5 dogs cleave immortals within himself. He attacked, using something that came from the cultivation system back when ancient Emperor Dark Serenity was in charge of the revered ancient mainland. He used immortal skills. Xu Qing had an immortal body and immortal skills. During his 9 days of study in the minor world previously, he came to realize that they were now even more gruish and powerful. After all, Grand Emperor Immortal's skill had invented those terrifying abilities specifically for cultivators. This time, instead of the 6 desires turning into projected emotions, they turned into a massive sea of 6 desires. That giant sea spread out, becoming a whirlpool that spun faster and faster. The 6 desires interacted, building on each other to erupt in full fashion. If humans have desires, then devils have even more intense desires. In the blink of an eye, the 9 huge devils trembled head to toe. As the sea of 6 desires flowed over them, Xu Qing unleashed 5 dogs cleave immortals. A formless will entered the imperial sovereign's sea of consciousness. It tampered with his memories, hiding inside, eluding his senses. And then a white hair appeared in his sea of consciousness, which turned into a vortex. The gate opened. The greedy dog cleaves to a place. All of this caused the imperial sovereign's heart to start beating faster. He frowned. He had never seen any magical technique like this. Very interesting. Is this some special Taoist magic from your star ring? Chapter 1095, Treasure Light, Blade Light, Sword Light. Grand Emperor Immortal's skill had performed a very special service back when ancient Emperor Dark Serenity conquered revered Ancient. He created the immortal skills, which boosted the battle prowess of human cultivators and made them far more gruish and deadly. There were no shortage of such immortal skills that could be considered outright brutal. There had been no other choice but to treat Dark Serenity's enemies with complete ruthlessness. However, after the war was over, the fact that immortal skills were harmful to natural harmony resulted in them being sealed away forever and not passed down by legacy. And for unknown reasons, Grand Emperor Immortal's skill disappeared into the sands of history. He became one of the only human Grand Emperors that later generations hardly knew about. Later on, after the broken face and the gods arrived, many species left revered Ancient to form the Holy Lands. Some of them took immortal skills with them and passed them down. The immortal skills halls appeared, which were centered on various immortal skills from revered Ancient. However, this was the first time the immortal skills had appeared in the 5th star ring. As a result, it was no surprise that this imperial sovereign was shocked to the core by what was happening. The sea of 6 desires that had swept over his 9 devils, plus the vortex in his sea of consciousness, were all of utmost concern to him. Especially noteworthy was the latter, that sensation that there was something hidden in his memories. And then there was the vortex of white hair that turned into a gate and pulsed with a sinister will. This indecipherable immortal skill was something he had no idea how to defend against. An intense sensation of danger erupted in him like an unstoppable tide about to overwhelm him. In fact, he also felt like his memories would soon not belong to him. It was almost like his memories had become his own enemy. As the critical moment approached, the imperial sovereign made a quick decision. Without any hesitation, he placed one hand on his forehead and the other at the pit of his stomach. He pushed down at the same time. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he tapped into his incredible cultivation base. The hand over his forehead affected his soul and his memories, causing the gruish transformations there to slow down. The hand over the pit of his stomach sealed his sea of consciousness, suppressing the eruption there. Having accomplished those things, his eyes glittered with crimson light as he opened his mouth and inhaled. The 9 devils that had been surrounded by the sea of 6 desires all howled as they collapsed, turning into streams of devil energy that flew back into the imperial sovereign's mouth. He swallowed all of them. Then thunderous booms erupted from inside of him as his previously skinny frame filled in with muscle. His wan face became ruddy, and he grew from ordinary height into a 300-meter-tall giant. His baleful aura raged, and devil flames spread out under his feet. An astonishing and berserk will pulsed out from within him. By means of the baleful aura and the explosive energy in this body, he managed to viciously rip the invading immortal skills to shreds. This was one of the imperial sovereign's trump cards, Baleful Devil Comes. As cracking and ripping sounds echoed out, Xu Qing's face turned grim. He could sense that his immortal skills had been destroyed, as had the memory he had implanted in the imperial sovereign. Meanwhile, the imperial sovereign, who was in the form of a baleful devil, looked at Xu Qing with crimson eyes that burned with madness. He lunged forward. Xu Qing had barely had a chance to feel the raging tempest and towering energy before his entire body was filled with stinging pain. The imperial sovereign was so fast he became a series of afterimages as he launched a palm strike. Xu Qing reacted with lightning speed. His cultivation base surged as he fell back as fast as he could move. Yet he was still affected by the palm, which caused tremors to pass through him and filled his flesh and bones with the feeling they were being ripped apart. Blood sprayed out of his mouth. The power of an imperial sovereign was truly spectacular. In fact, any other smoldering god wouldn't just have felt like their bones were being ripped apart. They would have been killed in body and soul. However, he had the body of an extreme immortal, which was extraordinary in unique ways. Though he was injured, he was actually able to borrow some of the power of the palm strike to pick up speed and put some distance between himself and his opponent. He didn't flee, though. After gaining the distance, the imperial sovereign closed in with another attack. Xu Qing's eyes glittered coldly. He lifted his right hand in the direction of the imperial sovereign, then lowered it. Metal became a blade. Earth became an altar. Wood became a blade trough. Water became an axle. Fire became the killing force. Xu Qing was using his own 5 elements to form a new god decapitation altar. And when his right hand dropped, the magnificent 5 elements god decapitation altar appeared in front of him, right in front of the imperial sovereign. It surrounded him. "Execute," Xu Qing growled. The energy fluctuations of the god decapitation altar sealed the opponent in all respects. The power of fire erupted and blade light glittered. The sharp blade fell. A crack rang out. The blade landed on the devil neck of the imperial sovereign. And yet, the god decapitation altar, which had never failed to date, simply couldn't decapitate the imperial sovereign. It sliced about halfway through his neck before the power of the blow ran out, and it got stuck. Blood flowed out of the wound as the imperial sovereign howled in rage. Then his body started splitting apart from itself as the 9 huge devils came back out. The devils were partially transparent, almost like soul shadows, and they rushed toward the god decapitation altar, slammed into it, and exploded. 9 booms rang out. The god decapitation altar shook violently and, unable to stand up to the attack, crumbled into pieces. Xu Qing reeled mentally. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he backed up again. Meanwhile, the devilish imperial sovereign, having lost his 9 devils, now shrank back down into his previously skinny self. There was a gaping wound on his neck that gushed blood, although the wound was already closing up. Just what I would expect of a chosen. You have a 7-world smoldering god cultivation base, but each of your magical techniques is more gruish than the one before it. You're definitely strong. Though the words the man spoke seemed ordinary in nature, they caused Xu Qing's heart to fill with a sensation of danger. All of a sudden, Xu Qing's surroundings rippled as a host of spell formations appeared. It started with 3,300 formations, then 33,000, and then 330,000. There were too many to simply count, and as they built up with astonishing speed, obfuscating the sky and enshrouding the land, they exerted crushing pressure onto Xu Qing. This was another of the imperial sovereign's trump cards. It was called 33, taboo formations. The 33 in the name came from the way the technique worked. As long as 33 words were spoken beforehand, then all it took was a thought to unleash the technique. 1. It was a devious divine ability that was hard to identify ahead of time unless you were familiar with it. Considering it was Xu Qing's first time facing it, it would have been difficult to evade it. As the formations surrounded him and a sense of danger filled him, his right eye glittered as a Dao lineament appeared there. The authority of erasure erupted, and it erased all formations he could see. Though the formations were being erased in large numbers, they were still working, and Xu Qing was still trapped in place, surrounded by intense rumbling sounds and flashing light. Seeing what was happening, the imperial sovereign coldly said, "So you finally used authority. I was beginning to think you didn't have any." He had not underestimated Xu Qing at all, from the beginning of the fight until now. He knew full well that anyone who could travel alone from a foreign star ring would have trump cards to call on. And from this opponent's cold manner, it had seemed highly likely that he had a trump card that could harm imperial sovereigns. As the fight had played out and he saw his opponent's methods, he had kept his guard up even more. Now, after his opponent used the trump card of that decapitation altar, and he used his 33 taboo formations, he still wasn't going to be careless. In fact, his eyes were glittering. He wanted to force Xu Qing to use another trump card. As Xu Qing used his authority to get out of the formations, the imperial sovereign suddenly lifted his hand. He had produced a treasure. It was a seed. The moment it appeared, the seed sprouted, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a sapling, then a full-grown tree, and then a gigantic, hulking tree. It was 147 meters tall, too. It was sparkling and translucent, like crystal. That was true even of its leaves, and as it glowed with treasure light, it looked incomparably beautiful. 3. Apparently, it had a gravitational force of its own. As that force covered the battlefield, all of Xu Qing's energy, as well as all traces of his magical techniques, were sucked toward it by some unimaginable power. Astonishingly, 3 sealing marks then appeared on the tree. The first was Xu Qing's heavenly Dao hand of the 5 elements. The second was for immortal skills. The third was the god decapitation altar. After the 3 marks appeared, they fused together to form the projection of a humanoid figure. The outline of that figure was exactly the same as Xu Qing. Killing intent surged from within the projection, and that killing intent locked onto the real Xu Qing. Even as Xu Qing used the authority of erasure on the spell formations, his mind and heart reeled. This treasure. The treasure not only had a gravitational force, it also created a projection that corresponded to him. The figure that looked like Xu Qing was struggling to get out of the tree, which was already starting to split apart to free it. Given the great level of danger, Xu Qing unhesitatingly spoke inwardly. "Little shadow." Instantly, the shadow beneath his feet surged outward, sending deep darkness out in all directions. Cackling laughter could be heard as a towering black tree rose up. The tree had black leaves and a black trunk, and there was something like a black coffin hanging from it. It also had countless eyes that were now fixed on the crystalline treasure tree. "Still not using more authority, huh?" the imperial sovereign said. He laughed coldly, and instead of closing in for an attack, he lifted his right hand and then shoved it down. "Ghost gate, open, heavenly fury, come." The movement of his hand caused heaven and earth to grow dark. A pitch-black door made of bones appeared out of nowhere. It was an ancient door that was obviously produced by means of a magical technique. Along with it came the sound of countless screams and howls from inside. A huge black claw then stretched out from inside. It grabbed the door frame, and an aura of death erupted, along with countless evil ghosts which swept out and swirled around the gate. Whatever terrifying entity that lurked inside was about to crawl out. He had trapped Xu Qing with his 33 taboo formations, and then he was summoning a heavenly fury out of the ghost gate, but things weren't over yet. The imperial sovereign's eyes glittered with the same cold light as before, as he also took out a violet stick of incense. "Let the life-locking incense burn, linking to your life. When the incense goes out, your life goes out." As the words left his mouth, the incense ignited. Xu Qing instantly felt like he had been cursed, and that his life force was draining away. "I forgot to tell you the reason I was selected to guard my clan's spirit mine," the imperial sovereign said coolly. "It's not because I have a strong cultivation base. It's because I live by the motto, never leave loose ends. Therefore, if you don't have any more trump cards to pull out, then you've reached the end of the line." Xu Qing's eyes glittered. Even within all the spell formations, a piercing cry could be heard as a flower of black flames appeared. A golden crow flew out of it, rising into the sky, surrounded by an aura of death and the evil ghosts. Next came 3 beams of light. The first beam contained a shield that shot toward the ghost gate, growing larger and larger as it prepared to block the path of whatever was coming out. The second beam of light contained a huge pair of shears that pulsed with the aura of a grand emperor, and the shears chopped right toward the burning incense. Karma was severed. The third beam was a beam of sword light. 4. It was Grandpa Ninth's sword, but rather Xu Qing's emperor's sword. The emperor's sword could sever heaven and earth. It could smash innumerable formations. and as it gathered the power of the lands, he used the Earth Treasury stance as he shot toward the Imperial Sovereign. That sword, you have that sword. The Imperial Sovereign's pupils constricted as he suddenly backed up, his heart racing. A precious treasure of humankind. The last thing the Imperial Sovereign said before using the technique was a sentence with 33 words. It was 33 characters in Chinese, and I made sure to make the sentence 33 words long in English as well. Remember that 2 words connected by a hyphen make a single word. I know some will wonder how many, Zhang, that is. It's 49. However, that specific number isn't relevant in any numerological sense as far as this technique goes, so I've just converted it into the real-world measurement. The number 49 actually does come up again shortly, but it's in a different context, so I think that number was probably just in the author's mind at the time. 3. The treasure light here is made up of 2 Chinese characters that would normally be rendered as something like unusual brightness. But in this context, it's a magical Xianxia word similar to sword light. By combining just about anything with the character for light, you will get a specific light associated with that thing. Usually, but not always, something that can move about or has some inherent power of its own. Or at the very least, its unique type of light that comes from that specific thing. 4. Chapter title explained. It's not 100% clear even in Chinese, but the wording in the opening paragraphs of the next chapter make the title of this chapter much clearer. Basically, the first beam of light is the treasure light, as the shield is a treasure. It doesn't actually explain that in this chapter, although it's sort of clear by context. The author plainly states it in the next chapter. In Chinese, shears, which could also be rendered as scissors, combines 2 characters. The first is to cut, as with scissors, shears, or clippers, and the second is blade. So though it doesn't directly call it blade light, it's obvious in Chinese that the blade light is coming from the shears. The third beam is outright called sword light. Chapter 1096. Slaughter an imperial sovereign with 1 fatal blow. In a prison of gods in the 5th star ring, divine abilities and magical techniques rumbled loudly. In the distance, Little Shadow was in the form of a great tree that was currently twisted up around a crystalline treasure tree. The 2 of them were fighting back and forth, each hopping to suppress the other. Little Shadow had taken shape and was locked in combat with the figure that had come out of the treasure tree. Thunderous booms rang out constantly. Further away, the authority of erasure eroded the 33 taboo formations, and within that area, Xu Qing's shield, formed from treasure light, flew forth to seal the ghost gate in the dome of heaven. The shield came from Grand Emperor Netherflame. It contained the power of a black lotus and erupted with netherworld flames that covered an area many times larger than the shield itself. When it hit the ghost gate, both objects shook violently. Down below, the shears, formed of blade light, pulsed with a Grand Emperor's aura as well as dazzling light as it viciously cut through the karma of the incense. Finally, the Emperor's sword in Xu Qing's hand radiated prismatic and dazzling light. Xu Qing himself shot forth with momentum to sever heaven and cleave the earth. It became a towering killing intent that was focused directly on the Imperial Sovereign. At that moment, Grand Emperor Swordsage's words echoed in Xu Qing's mind. I used Earth Treasury years ago to cut down a vicious killer who was proficient in the Tao of Earth. The sword move focused on the releasing earth energy to replace the will of the earth with the will of the sword. It takes earth energy and turns it into sword energy. Then it converges to make an earth sword. Xu Qing's powers of understanding had long since struck astonishment into the heart of Master Seventh, as well as the hearts of the heir apparent and his siblings. Something similar was happening now. Only a moment before, he had gained enlightenment of Grand Emperor Swordsage's first sword stance. Xu Qing knew nothing about the 5th star ring, and he was facing a very competent imperial sovereign. Therefore, he didn't hesitate. The Emperor's sword glittered as the power of Earth Treasury spread out, shaking everything. The surrounding swamp trembled, as did the minor worlds in the bubbles. Streams of energy began to rise up from the ground and from the minor worlds. It wasn't the nutrients being generated by the minor worlds. Instead, it was the earth energy being pulled out by Earth Treasury and turned into sword energy. more and more of it. The swamp vibrated, and the minor world bubbles began to tremble with increasing intensity. Countless streams of smoke headed in Xu Qing's direction. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. At that moment, it looked like Xu Qing's emperor's sword gathered an infinitude of energy streams. Together, they formed around him in the shape of an astonishingly large sword. He was in the middle of it. It was almost as if Xu Qing himself had become the sword. Sword might raged, shaking the sky, causing the lands to quake, and causing the swamp that was the god prison to seethe like the sea. Shaken to the core, the imperial sovereign fell back at top speed. But then the sword of earth energy shot forward with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power and indescribable quickness. It shot right toward the imperial sovereign. Nothing could stop it. "I want that sword technique." The imperial sovereign didn't give voice to his thoughts. But as they filled his heart, and as his pupils constricted, he unhesitatingly summoned a vortex into his left eye. A Tao lineament appeared, and authority erupted. The first thing to happen was that a flowing river of red mist appeared outside of him. The river of mist was the manifestation of his authority. As the Tao lineament stirred, the river swept out into the open. An instant later, Xu Qing could sense transformations to his surroundings. The air in front of him seemed to be resisting his movement, forcing him to slow down. Earth Treasury responded with increasing momentum, but the force of resistance also increased in kind. In fact, it got so powerful that it became like a protective shield for the imperial sovereign. Not only did it slow Xu Qing down, but also it opposed his sword energy. If that were all there were to it, it might not matter much. But though the energy in the area formed a force of resistance against Xu Qing, it actually did the opposite for the imperial sovereign. It reduced the force of resistance against him and reduced the energy flowing against him. In other words, Xu Qing was moving slower and slower due to this outside force, while the imperial sovereign was actually speeding up to an astonishing level. In fact, he moved so fast that he was easily able to avoid the Earth Treasury sword move. In an instant, he was right next to Xu Qing, his eyes glittering with greed as he reached out to grab the emperor's sword. He moved with outstanding accuracy and craftily timed his action perfectly. He didn't give Xu Qing any chance to make a counter move. He grabbed the sword. Yet before a feeling of exultation could arise in his heart, the sword he had grabbed became illusory. In fact, the Xu Qing in front of him also turned illusory. The imperial sovereign's face fell. "My perceptions have been altered." Before the imperial sovereign had a chance to react, Xu Qing materialized in the distance, and Earth Treasury erupted. A moment ago, he had used the perception-altering abilities of the heir apparent. He had 3 chances to use that ability, and had just used one of them. The imperial sovereign's perceptions might not have been as easily altered had it not been for his greed toward the emperor's sword, and Xu Qing had taken advantage of that. That gave him the opportunity he needed. Unfortunately, the time in which the perceptions were altered didn't last long. What was more, this imperial sovereign's authority was very unique. As a result, Xu Qing's mind didn't have enough time to rely on Earth Treasury to kill him. Even though he managed to use his trump card, Grandpa Ninth's sword energy was telling Xu Qing that yet another unexpected twist might be just around the corner. Unfortunately, he had no idea if his opponent had another trick up his sleeve, or another trump card to unleash. He needed to confirm whether or not he could create an opportunity to get some distance between himself and his opponent. The reason was that he wanted to get in a fatal blow. He didn't just want to seriously injure this opponent. Most importantly was that he couldn't allow this person to escape. Considering all of those things, he made a snap decision. The emperor's sword erupted, but instead of targeting the imperial sovereign, he took advantage of the moment of opportunity he had created to use Earth Treasury to target the land itself. Put more precisely, he was targeting the minor world bubbles. He was dealing with a competent opponent, so the first thing he needed to do was distract him. Only if this opponent was distracted would it be possible to identify a way to launch a fatal blow on him. and the best way to distract a guard was to start destroying the thing he was supposed to be guarding. That was why, though it seemed like this sword move had been targeting the Imperial Sovereign, his actual goal had been to target as many minor world bubbles as he could. Sword energy descended, lands crumbled, and large numbers of minor world bubbles in the swamp were slashed. One by one, they split apart. The heavens and the minor worlds shattered. The cultivators filtering the energy had no time to wake up, and one after another, they were destroyed in body and soul. Without skis in their worlds, the living beings there awoke as if from dreams. Meanwhile, the gods imprisoned in the worlds were thrown into great chaos. And of course, the absorption of spirit energy decreased dramatically. The vortex in the sky that was sucking in the spirit energy was instantly affected. "How dare you!" shouted the Imperial Sovereign. Face falling, he instinctively looked up at the vortex, his heart filling with trepidation. No matter how much he wanted to, he just wasn't fast enough to stop Xu Qing. Something that normally wouldn't have been possible with him here was happening, and all of it was because of that sudden change to his perceptions moments ago. The spirit mine was collapsing. The vortex was taking in far less spirit energy, and his heart was starting to pound. Seeing what was happening to the mine he was in charge of guarding caused killing intent to explode within him. He howled, and the Dao lineament in his eyes stirred again. His Dao lineament was unique and terrifyingly powerful. However, it hindered the cultivation, and every time it was used, there was a cost. What was more, if you used it on a large scale, that cost was terrifying. Therefore, it wasn't something he would even consider outside of extreme circumstances. Right now, he was out of options. He lifted his right hand and then pushed it down toward the ground. Authority power surged, forming a force of resistance, which became defenses for him as well as a crushing force. It covered the entire crumbling spirit mine, causing the crumbling to slow down significantly. As a result, his skinny frame became even more emaciated, and his eyes shone with cold light. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do much further. His authority couldn't be used on the spirit mine for much longer. He needed to end the fight quickly and fix the minor worlds. If the vortex above was affected for much longer, he would face severe consequences. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the cost he would have to pay to use his authority and pointed at Xu Qing. Authority erupted once again. A tremor passed through Xu Qing, and he suddenly felt like he was being suffocated. The surrounding spirit energy, the air and all gases and energies were being extracted and turned into a powerful pressure that crushed down onto him. Shocking and ugly red bumps appeared all over him. He suddenly felt like he was going to be ripped to pieces, yet he didn't look flustered. The opportunity I've been waiting for is almost here. Xu Qing looked at the Imperial Sovereign, then suddenly extended his right hand. Within him, the Tao of extreme space stirred. During his days in that minor world, Xu Qing had contemplated his memories of what happened in the primeval sea passageway, including the operations of space. Others who experienced the same thing might not have gained much enlightenment. But to someone who already had the power of space within them, the scenes in that vortex were akin to a wise master imparting a Taoist magic. They told him how space could be manipulated. An instant later, as Xu Qing's Tao of extreme space was unleashed, the area around him distorted wildly, as if they were being stretched out infinitely. Next came cutting and isolation. He cut out space and isolated authority, and as a result, the area for about 30 meters around him became a border, and then an irregular shape appeared in front of Xu Qing, like a section of a grid. That grid piece was unique and independent, and it was under the control of Xu Qing's Tao of extreme space. More grid pieces appeared, all connected to each other, until there were 100 of them, all reflecting Xu Qing, who was in the middle. All energy was being absorbed, but each of the 100 grid pieces was essentially an additional world. Things had turned around. Xu Qing looked up at the Imperial Sovereign. "Your authority of energy can rip things apart," he said calmly. "But no amount of ripping can compare to the detonation of space itself." A sound like shattering glass rang out in all directions. The 100 grid pieces shattered, and a spatial tempest picked them up and sent them swirling around Xu Qing. Some of them swept out in all directions, negating the imperial sovereign's attempts to save the spirit mine. Even as he raged in fury, the rest of the fragments shot toward him. The Dao lineament in his eyes shone with greater brightness. I can't believe it. That's the Dao of space. Shaken, he lifted his right hand and pointed toward the dome of heaven. Suddenly, warmth and coolness appeared at the same time everywhere. The interaction between warmth and coolness then created a huge wind. Thunderous rumbling sounds built on each other until it was like heavenly might. It slammed into the spatial tempest. A deafening boom swept out in all directions. Heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. The spatial explosion and the heavenly might created absolute chaos. Everything blurred. Within that blurriness, the wind screamed. Blood oozed out of the corners of the imperial sovereign's mouth. After unleashing the Dao lineament of his authority, the time was approaching in which he would have to pay the cost. However, the killing intent in his eyes had not diminished. The huge wind was causing trouble for Xu Qing as well. His flesh was being peeled off him, and blood was spraying everywhere. But his gaze was as sharp as ever. At the critical moment, his Dao of extreme time erupted. As the power of time surged, a majestic sundial locked onto the imperial sovereign. Time turned, and the moment in which blood began oozing out of his mouth was frozen in place. Killing intent surged in Xu Qing's eyes. He had found the moment to launch his fatal blow. He lifted his hand, and the power of fishing the moon in the well rose. The dome of heaven became the surface of a well. The world became rippling water. The imperial sovereign stood on the water, with all of his magical techniques reflected below him. The sundial locked onto his body. The well locked down his soul. He was thrown into the exact mental chaos that Xu Qing had wanted to create within him. This was the moment Xu Qing had been waiting for. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sword energy erupted. It was Grandpa Ninth's sword energy, and it could kill imperial sovereigns. A sword appeared that caused the sky to dim and the lands to quake. All of the swords in the various minor worlds of this god prison began to tremble in resonance. Then they shot out of their respective worlds, swarming forth to merge into Grandpa Ninth's sword energy, causing its majesty to increase. Power was building, and the killing force was building too. After only a few breaths of time passed, a killing intent filled the world, something in which the sword was paramount. It slashed toward the imperial sovereign. Heaven fell, the sword fell, killing intent fell. Something intense and domineering replaced all of the imperial sovereign's senses. It was inescapable, it was unavoidable, it was unstoppable. Sword energy fell. Body and soul were shattered. He was killed in every respect. One fatal blow. Chapter 1097. Immense gains. In some unknown location in the fifth star ring, there was a spirit mine where a huge lid covered the sky, cutting the place off from the outside. It also prevented any fluctuations inside from being detected. The swamp inside was full of craters, which had been created during the battle between Xu Qing and the imperial sovereign. In addition, there were innumerable minor world bubbles that had been blasted open. Xu Qing hovered in midair, his face pale, his body covered in bloody wounds. He wasn't paying attention to any of that, though. He was looking at the decapitated body of the imperial sovereign. He quickly performed a one-handed incantation gesture, all while keeping his guard up in case something else happened. If anything even slightly unusual occurred, he would unleash another sword attack. He kept watching until the imperial sovereign's energy was gone, and his corpse started fading away. Only when it was clear that he had been completely wiped out of existence did Xu Qing start to feel more at ease. It had not been an easy fight. Perhaps it was because he was in a different star ring where things were different than where he had grown up. Regardless, Xu Qing was fairly certain after what he had experienced in this fight that the imperial sovereign he had just killed was stronger than the imperial sovereigns from the Holy Lands. I can think of 3 reasons. First, the guy I just fought is special in some way. 2, the 5th star ring is a much more dangerous place than I expected, and thus, All imperial sovereigns are more complicated than I'm used to. 3. The imperial sovereigns from the Holy Lands lived comfortable lives and didn't have a lot of fighting experience. Xu Qing really had no idea of precisely how different the 5th star ring was, or what unknowns he would be facing. However, his eyes remained calm, and thanks to the fight, the baleful aura on him had grown stronger. Hovering in midair, he looked around before fixing his gaze on the spot where the imperial sovereign's corpse had disappeared. There was a bag of holding there. Xu Qing grabbed it, then blurred into motion. When he came to a stop, he was at the spot where the shield had slammed into the ghost gate. It was a divine ability that had summoned the ghost gate, so after the imperial sovereign died, it crumbled into nothing. Looking around, he collected back his shield and then stepped over to where the incense stick was. The incense had only burned for a moment before his Grand Emperor's shears severed its karma and extinguished it. This thing seems pretty nice. He waved his hand, and the incense stick flew over to him. He quickly erased any branding marks on it, then marked it for his own. Finally, he looked over at Little Shadow. Little Shadow's true form was still fighting it out with the crystalline treasure tree. Little Shadow had started out at a disadvantage. Without its gruish nature and regeneration abilities, it would long since have been killed. But after the imperial sovereign died, the crystalline treasure tree trembled and lost its supporting foundation. And that was when Little Shadow had started really fighting back. As rumbling booms echoed out, Xu Qing looked at the copy of himself within the treasure tree. "You possess a bit of intelligence, don't you?" he said coolly. "In that case, either you surrender or I wipe you out." In response to his words, Little Shadow trembled in excitement and transmitted some emotional fluctuations to lend some weight to Xu Qing's threat. The crystalline treasure tree shivered. The figure within it could sense how terrifying Xu Qing was, so after a moment of contemplation, it clasped hands and bowed to him. Then the figure disappeared. The crystalline treasure tree's true form glittered with bright light a few times, then went dark. It made no further attacks. Xu Qing reached out and made a grasping gesture. The treasure tree didn't fight back. It flew toward Xu Qing and let him wipe out the old branding marks and claim it for his own. Little Shadow returned to him, looking extremely tired. "You did very well," Xu Qing said. Little Shadow perked up. Praise from Xu Qing was incomparably meaningful to it, and it looked very happy. "My lord, I'm useful." Xu Qing nodded. Then he looked at the crystalline treasure tree. The tree was strong, especially when it came to how it could absorb the energy and divine abilities of enemies and use them to create a projection. Combined with the life-burning incense, which would force an opponent to use a similar technique, it could obviously count as a trump card. "I gained quite a bit from this battle, in addition to these 2 treasures." He looked at the imperial sovereign's bag of holding. Anticipation suddenly flickered within him. "Before checking the bag of holding, there's a little matter I need to take care of." He looked off into the distance and coolly said, "If you haven't revealed yourself within 3 breaths of time, I'll make sure you never do." His voice echoed through the spirit mine. After 2 breaths of time passed, the air above the swamp off in the distance rippled, and a figure emerged, changing from transparent to visible. It was a young man with a very pale face. He looked terrified, without any hesitation. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Xu Qing. Great beads of perspiration ran down his forehead until it looked like he was raining sweat. He was the servant of the imperial sovereign that Xu Qing had just killed. He was only in the spirit trove level. He had been very content to be the servant of an imperial sovereign. And at the beginning of the fight, when Xu Qing had been seemingly hemmed in from all sides, he had been feeling quite derisive of him. But then things changed very quickly. The sight of the imperial sovereign dying left him stunned and unsure of what to do. He didn't dare to make a move, and had been hoping that the invisibility talisman the imperial sovereign had given him would keep him safe. He knew it was unlikely to keep him hidden, but had hoped that in the chaos of the moment, Xu Qing wouldn't notice him. But the words spoken by Xu Qing caused him to tremble uncontrollably as he flopped down and kowtowed. Xu Qing looked him up and down. He had no intention of killing him. In fact, after the fight that had just played out, Xu Qing got the feeling this person could come in handy. Looking away, he sent his divine will into the bag of holding. After scanning the insides, his eyebrows shot up. There was a lot of good stuff inside. The glimmering spirit stones alone were enough to leave him feeling very pleased. They were enough to form a small mountain. It only took a moment for Xu Qing to realize that these spirit stones were different from the ones in revered ancient. Each and every one contained the power of natural laws. He took out one and examined it more closely. Are these made by assimilating gods? Is that how they get the power of natural laws? In addition, the bag of holding had something even more valuable than spirit stones. It had pieces of immortal jade. They formed something like a river of immortal energy that flowed within the bag of holding. The sight of it left Xu Qing feeling stunned. After examining it for a while, he realized that the immortal jade had even stronger natural laws than the spirit stones. In fact, the sensation he was getting reminded him a lot of the time he had first absorbed essence power. It was just weaker, but even that was shocking. Given all this, it seems the 5th star ring is definitely more complicated than I thought, and it seems this guy was really rich. Over the years, Xu Qing had killed a lot of people and taken a lot of loot. This was the first time the contents of a bag of holding had been so shocking. His anticipation grew as his divine will went past the spirit stones and immortal jade and began to scan the other things inside the bag of holding. Soon he found a huge collection of bottles that were full of medicinal pills. There were different levels of quality. Given the level of his Tao of medicine, Xu Qing could assess many of them and tell how to use them, but some were outside of the realm of what he had studied. Just this short inspection of the bag of holding left Xu Qing's heart pounding. Next, he sent his divine will in further in the hopes of finding jade slips, ancient records, and magical treasures and items. Sadly, although there were a few magical treasures, none were very powerful. That was understandable. Given the battle that had just played out, there was no doubt that the imperial sovereign would have pulled out any magical treasures that would have been useful. The incense and the crystalline treasure tree were examples. However, there were still a handful of items that piqued his interest. For instance, he found a beast hide that glowed with black light, as well as a medallion. He pulled both of them out. The beast hide was about the size of his palm, and with the black light it emitted were many symbols that flitted and flowed about as if they were alive. After examining the hide, he sent divine sense inside to examine the symbols. A moment later, his expression flickered. 49 taboo formations, he murmured. There was no information about where the beast hide came from, but it did contain information about a collection of Taoist magics called the 49 taboo formations. Xu Qing immediately thought of the 33 taboo formations the imperial sovereign had used. The 49 taboo formations could gather the power of the magical laws of heaven and earth to unleash a host of taboo formations. Some could unleash killing power, some could seal the enemy. All of them were extraordinary. The downside was that every time you used it, you had to accumulate all of the formations in advance. The upside was that to use it, all you had to do was say 49 words, and it would pop out in a way the enemy couldn't defend against. As you gained enlightenment of the divine ability, and as you furthered your cultivation, the requirement of the number of spoken words reduced. The dead imperial sovereign had cultivated the technique down to the level of 33. Based on the description in the beast hide, if you cultivated it to the highest level, you could unleash the taboo formations with only 2 spoken words. What was more, the speaking requirement wasn't limited to the person using the technique. It would work even if the enemy spoke the words. The reason the final limit was 2 words was that the formations were split into yin and yang varieties, and the taboos were split into life and death varieties. They couldn't be combined. As Xu Qing held the beast hide, he thought back to how the imperial sovereign had used the taboo formations in their fight. All of a sudden, something occurred to him. This is an interesting divine ability. It's linked to certain words you speak. So what would happen if I cultivated the ability down to the point of 2 words? And what if it was my name? Then if someone said my name and I exercised a thought, the taboo formations would burst out. That would make it almost impossible to deal with. After considering the matter, he decided that was within the realm of possibility. If he put the divine ability into his name, then it would really be difficult for anyone to defend against it. For example, if an enemy cursed him by name, then he could use the formations to defend himself. Or if someone who wished him harm asked who he was, he could say his name and instantly unleash the formations. This would definitely be useful as a trump card. His eyes shone brightly as he thought about the matter a bit more before putting the beast hide away. He definitely planned to put this technique into his cultivation routine in the future. Next, he looked at the medallion. It was a gruish medallion that pulsed with an intense, baleful aura. As it hovered in the air in front of him, it caused the surrounding temperature to drop. It was as bright red as fresh blood. The background of the medallion depicted an empty field, while in the foreground was an eye. Looking at it, Xu Qing came to the conclusion that this was the most special item in the imperial sovereign's bag of holding. He didn't touch it. He just looked at it for a while. Then he suddenly turned to look at the young man prostrating off in the distance. Your life depends on how valuable you prove to be. Tell me what this thing is. The young man suppressed his dread to look up at the medallion. Voice trembling, he answered, "It's an immortal capital permission medallion." Xu Qing's expression remained unchanged. However, the words immortal capital definitely attracted his attention. Tell me more. The young man took a deep breath. Considering that this person had just killed his own lord and master, he didn't dare to hide anything. This person obviously wanted more information about the star ring, and the young man didn't dare to be too cautious in the moment. Therefore, he gave a very detailed and systematic explanation. In fact, in order to make sure his explanation of the immortal capital permission medallion made sense, he went into a history of the fifth star ring itself. Xu Qing listened carefully. He was glad to have more confirmation he was in the fifth star ring, and that there was a place there called the immortal capital. In the past, the fifth star ring had been full of gods. But when the immortal capital rose up, they crushed the gods and wiped out everything related to them. In fact, under the leadership of the immortal paragon of the immortal capital, the entire starry sky was compacted, and the immortal capital came to exist in the very center of the fifth star ring. From then on, the immortal capital was considered holy and divine. 1. What was more, the entire universe surrounding the immortal capital was compacted, and it ceased to be something like a starry sky. Instead, it turned into land where cultivators could reside. As time passed, cultivators proliferated until the population reached an astonishing level. It was almost impossible to count how many clans and sects there were. Because of that, all cultivators had the same dream. They all wanted to ascend to the immortal capital. Anyone who did would be like the carp who jumped over the dragon gate. Their identity and status would change forever after that. The people from the immortal capital were the lords of the fifth star ring. And only the immortal capital existed high above all else, isolated from the outside world. Everyone wants to ascend to the immortal capital, the young man said, and the only way to get there is by fighting for it. When he spoke the words immortal capital, his eyes shone with the light of longing. There's a reason I said you have to fight for it. Every so often, the immortal capital holds the trial of the hunt, too. In preparation, the immortal capital sends out 10,000 immortal capital permission medallions and lets the innumerable cultivators of the fifth star ring fight over them. It's quite a brutal affair, and the casualties involved are shocking. That's because the people who hold the permission medallions only qualify to enter the competition. The final number who get to ascend differs each time. Sometimes it ends up being the top 1,000 in the competition, but other times only the first few hundred. Senior, what you're holding right there is an immortal capital permission medallion. 1. The characters I'm rendering as immortal paragon come up in other Gen translations. Different translators have translated the term differently, which in the context seems fine, as they seem to me to mean different things in the different novels. In other words, This term does not seem to be a connection point of terminologies between the novels. If there turns out to be some connection later, I'll explain with footnotes, but from what I can tell, it's a standalone term. More will come later about what it means. 2. The characters I'm rendering Trial of the Hunt are basically exactly the same as those I rendered The Great Hunt back in the Fire Moon Darkheaven part of the story. This does not seem to be intentional on the author's part, and by that I mean he does not intend for these two different events to be connected. I suppose it's possible he's trying to build a theme, but based on how things play out, I'm hesitant to believe that he intends them to be the same thing. To keep things clear, I'm giving this version a slightly different name. Chapter 1098, Outside of Karma. Based on what I've heard, the young man continued cautiously, Imperial Sovereign Ling Feng got that medallion by offering a bunch of shockingly valuable treasures in compensation. Plus, he called in a huge favor. That's how he got his hands on it. My guess is that he planned to give it to someone else as a gift. That's why he kept it around but didn't activate it. Otherwise, the medallion would have displayed his ghost mark on it after he died. He had explained everything he knew and hadn't left a single thing out. And he had made sure to keep all of his anger and hatred for Xu Qing buried deep where it couldn't be seen. The young man knew that he was dealing with a person who would be able to detect the slightest bit of animosity or falsehood, and if that happened, the results would be horrible and permanent. As a result, he was exercising utmost caution. Xu Qing hovered in midair listening to the young man's explanation, all the while thinking about the ramifications. Finally, he looked at the permission medallion. There was clearly no sort of ghost mark on it. He looked expressionlessly back at the young man. "Continue," he said calmly. The young man was trembling in his heart. He wasn't able to get the tiniest read on Xu Qing, which made him feel more than ever that his life was in danger. After racking his brains, he said, "Senior, to the cultivators of the 5th star ring, that immortal capital permission medallion is something incredibly rare. However, while some people think that getting one is a blessing, other people think of them as being inauspicious. If you have the appropriate battle prowess, then you could use it to reach the highest heights. But if your battle prowess is lacking, then having that medallion puts you half a step onto the path of death. For one thing, everyone who wants a medallion will be after you. But worse than that, other people with medallions will also want to take it from you. The immortal capital only announces the success criteria at the very end, and unless you can get into the top 100, then you are in a very uncertain place, and thus there's a lot of killing and robbing. After all, your rank is determined by how many medallions you collect. If you kill someone else with a medallion, then you get their medallion and any others they've collected." The young man stopped talking at that point, as he had explained everything he knew about the immortal capital permission medallions. "That's the only way to get into the immortal capital?" Xu Qing suddenly asked. The young man respectfully replied, "There's another way. That's to further your cultivation to at least the Grand Emperor level. People outside of the immortal capital who are in the Grand Emperor level aren't allowed to participate in the Trial of the Hunt." Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. "Are you saying that outside of the immortal capital, the strongest cultivators in the 5th star ring are Grand Emperors?" The young man shook his head. "Not exactly. There are too many sects to count in the 5th star ring. Same with clans. There is no shortage of lower immortals. The reason is that not all lower immortals who ascend to the immortal capital end up settling down there permanently. There are a lot of people in the immortal capital who end up getting appointed as heavenly inspectors on the outside. Some lower immortals like that are lone wolves, but most are the patriarchs of various sects and clans." 1. Xu Qing felt like he was finally starting to understand a bit more about how the 5th star ring worked. He had known from the beginning that the cultivators in the 5th star ring were strong, but hearing the details was more than a bit shocking. After taking a moment to digest the new information, he looked at the young man. "In other words, when it comes to the fighting and killing over the permission medallions, people like Grand Emperors and lower immortals can't interfere." The young man immediately nodded. "The immortal capital has set rules prohibiting direct assistance, but as for indirect interference, Well, I heard that they tend to look the other way. Unfortunately, my level is too low for me to know the details. Xu Qing once again looked at the young man. The young man shivered as a very foreboding sensation filled him, and he was about to start begging for his life. Before he could, Xu Qing waved his hand, causing the young man to fly over to him. His hand clamped down onto the top of his head as he prepared to do a soul search to confirm all the information he had just been told. The young man was now at the peak of anxiety and could hardly breathe. He knew full well that he was just on the verge of dying. In the hopes of preventing his soul from being damaged during the soul search, though, he suppressed his fear, ceased any struggling, and allowed Xu Qing to search through his memories. Afterward, Xu Qing looked thoughtful. Because of the great disparity in cultivation bases, the fact that the young man had not struggled ensured that the soul search went very smoothly, and the injuries the young man had sustained were not outside of the realm of what he could endure. Xu Qing thought for a moment. Then, instead of killing him, he sealed his soul, his consciousness, and his perceptions, and put him in his bag of holding. He could think of further uses for the young man, and considering how truthfully he had answered all the questions, he was clearly an intelligent person. Using divine will, Xu Qing said to the young man, "When I leave the 5th star ring, I'll free you. In the meantime, you'll serve as a source of information." With that, he focused on the medallion. After some contemplation, he decided not to activate it. Instead, he put it away. He would first do some exploring before deciding whether or not to participate in the fighting leading to the immortal capital. I suppose the time has come to leave. With that, he scanned the spirit mine, including all of the tattered minor world bubbles. Most of them were about 70% destroyed, leaving them hemorrhaging a dense mist of spirit energy that was ultimately sucked up by the vortex overhead. Presumably, the severe damage to the minor worlds meant that something like this would never happen again. It wouldn't be possible for the minor worlds to put out such an incredible amount of spirit energy permanently. What was more, because the skis of all the minor worlds had been broken open, and the living beings inside weren't having their life force absorbed, they were now essentially free. Unfortunately, the people inside were all very confused and in distress. What was more, because of the difference in pressure between their worlds and the outside, they couldn't just fly out, and they had no idea what was going on outside. That state of affairs wouldn't last for long. Eventually, chosen individuals from those minor worlds would start trying to leave and see the real heaven that existed outside of their world. Xu Qing chose not to interfere. There's no karmic connection between me and them. It's their destiny. At the same time, his divine will scan confirmed what he had theorized about this place being a prison for gods. It was true. Each minor world bubble contained a sealed god. Some were already dead. Some were barely clinging to life. None were conscious. Clearly, this god prison, or spirit mine as it was called, wasn't very high quality. All of the sealed gods here were in the godfire level. Xu Qing didn't sense even a single altar god. That said, before I leave, it would make more sense for me to take all this spirit energy, rather than just let that vortex take it. Narrowing his eyes, Xu Qing opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. The dense spirit energy roiled in Xu Qing's direction, entering his mouth and sweeping through him. Not only did it nourish his fleshly body, but it also nourished his 7 extreme Daos. However, the huge lid sealing the place still had a vortex in it that was also absorbing the spirit energy. Xu Qing looked up at it, and after some consideration, decided not to destroy it. He clearly remembered how the imperial sovereign he had just killed had looked up at that vortex with fear in his eyes. I'm afraid that the destruction of the spirit mine will affect the vortex, and as for where that vortex leads to. Eyes narrowing, he sat down cross-legged and circulated the 5 elements within him. Time and space erupted, creating an even stronger stimulating force. The spirit energy in the place split into 2 parts. One part went to the vortex, while the rest went to Xu Qing. In that manner, time passed. As the spirit energy in the spirit mine grew thinner and thinner, Xu Qing's cultivation base climbed higher. Meanwhile, The vortex in the lid above was taking in reduced amounts of spirit energy. The events that had just played out were very obvious in another heaven and earth in another part of the fifth star ring. In that heaven and earth, the sky rumbled with thunder, while the lands were bright crimson. Two figures were currently fighting fiercely in midair. Both were young men. One had red hair, the other white hair, and their killing intent was obvious with each and every blow they launched. Both contained great dows, and both contained authority. Shocking rumbling echoed out. The red-haired young man was covered with dozens of swirling totem designs. Each one emanated strong spirit power that continuously bolstered his cultivation base. But then one of the vortex totems went dim, and the spirit energy from there dried up. Normally speaking, he wouldn't care if one of his clan's spirit mines suddenly dried up. But this was a life-or-death battle, and his opponent was a top chosen. If he killed this person, then he would be able to add another immortal capital permission medallion to his collection. Failure was not an option, but now something unexpected had happened. Damn it, what happened at that spirit mine? And why did it have to happen at this critical moment? The red-haired young man's face turned dour. But he was in the middle of a fight and couldn't check into the matter right now. Putting it aside for the moment, he went so far as to use some taboo techniques to fight as hard as he possibly could. A very short distance from the spirit mine, a black flying boat zoomed along beneath a gloomy sky. It moved with astonishing speed. There were 9 figures aboard, all of them chatting pleasantly. The boat was flying a white flag with a very unique design. The symbol was circular and imparted a very specific meaning. As the flag flapped, the sound of their chatting and laughter drifted on the wind. Just up ahead is the clan spirit mine guarded by Senior Ling Feng. Once we arrive, we can settle down for some very nice cultivation. Our clan mission went very well, and we got some great loot. We got the information we were looking for and delivered it to the clan just as ordered. Now we can just have some fun in the minor worlds in the spirit mine. We've been working hard, everyone. We really deserve this break. When someone mentioned having some fun, it provoked a wave of laughter. Everyone had looks of anticipation on their faces. To elite clan members like this, the minor worlds in spirit mines were places where they could relax and amuse themselves however they wanted. Just up ahead was an enormous ceiling lid that was their destination. Finally here, the boat accelerated sharply toward the spirit mine. 1. The character for inspector makes you think of something akin to a police inspector, i.e. someone who goes on patrol to inspect for crimes or something like that. And it's not like they inspect heaven, more like that they are inspectors from heaven. Of course, what the heavenly inspectors do has not yet been stated outright. I'm just talking about the initial impression given by the Chinese characters. Chapter 1099, The Wide World Beyond. The wind carried the sound of chatting and laughter. A black boat was flying at top speed through the air, and it was getting closer and closer to the spirit mine. From a distance, the spirit mine looked like a huge crater some 500 kilometers from end to end. Covering the crater was an enormous black lid that sealed the entire place. The surrounding area was wilderness without many signs of life. As the flying boat got closer, the 9 figures aboard became clearer. Among them was a handsome young man who had just cleared his throat to get the attention of the others. He was clearly the highest-ranking member of the group, so everyone immediately looked over at him. "In short order, we'll finally be able to relax," he said coolly. "The mission we just finished was hard on all of you. Who could have guessed that those fugitives would be hiding amongst mortals? But we still tracked them down and accomplished the mission our clan gave us. Sadly, we had to destroy a few mortal cities to track down our quarry. Well, it is what it is." The young man sighed. Hearing his words, the others on the boat added their opinions. "You're so kind, clan brother Haishan." 1. Clan brother, in the final analysis, the deaths of those innocent mortals are all the fault of the godly fugitives. It's not like we set out to kill a bunch of people. The clan will definitely understand. "That's right. The mission to track down those godly fugitives has been an open dharmic decree from the immortal capital for a long time now. We can all testify that everything that happened was for the sake of the mission. It wasn't our fault. The young man they had called Hai Shan nodded regretfully for a moment. Then his eyes flitted to the pretty young woman sitting next to him. He smiled. Enough talk about that, he continued. Of the 35 spirit minds controlled by our clan, this is the quietest. That said, I've never been here before. Now that I think about it, this place is situated on your clan's property, isn't it, Junior Sister Ling? The others on the boat smiled and nodded as they offered further input. That's right. The guardian of this spirit mine is Senior Ling Feng, who's a court attendant of our clan, and is also a patriarch in Junior Sister Ling's family. In a moment, we'll offer formal greetings to Senior Ling Feng, and hopefully Junior Sister Ling will vouch for us. That way, maybe her patriarch will give us some cultivation tips. Granted, he's only a court attendant with a foreign surname, but given Senior Ling Feng's cultivation base, even just a bit of advice from him could be very beneficial to people like us. As everyone laughed merrily, the young woman they had called Junior Sister Ling smiled faintly. You're flattering me, big bro Hai Shan. I stand in the shadow of my family's patriarch, that's all. I couldn't possibly compare to the rest of you. As a court attendant, the fact that Patriarch Ling Feng was assigned to guard duty here is a magnanimous blessing on the part of your clan. But since you mentioned it, big bro Hai Shan, when it comes time to meet him, I'll definitely ask him to give us permission to enter some of the minor worlds to absorb some spirit energy. I just hope it can help all of you elder brothers to relax a bit. Although the young woman spoke very modestly, the reality was that she was very pleased with the way these clan cultivators were talking about her. It was with such chatting and laughter that the flying boat arrived at the spirit mine. Everyone flew out, and then Junior Sister Ling bowed to Hai Shan. Taking out a jade slip, she sent a voice message to Patriarch Ling. Everyone seemed very relaxed. They were all looking forward very much to the rest and relaxation to come, and were simply waiting for the spirit mine's spell formation to open up. But as time ticked by, the spell formation didn't open. It didn't even show signs of opening. Junior Sister Ling frowned slightly. There had never been a case in the past in which she sent a voice message to Patriarch Ling and he didn't respond. Weird, she thought. After a moment of thought, she looked over her shoulder at the others. The Patriarch is probably in the middle of a cultivation session. Big bro Hai Shan, as a member of the direct bloodline, you should be able to just open the spell formation. Do you want to take the lead here? Hai Shan looked at the spell formation. The spell formation blocked sight, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. He considered the situation briefly, then shook his head. I do have the authority to do that, but Senior Ling is the guardian here. It would be very rude to just barge in. If Senior Ling is in the middle of cultivation, why don't we just wait out here for a bit? Everyone agreed. Junior Sister Ling nodded. She sent another voice message via jade slip and even sent a message to Patriarch Ling's servant. She got no responses. It was the first time anything like this had happened, and she was feeling a bit flustered. Could it be possible that there had been some sort of accident? However, given the cultivation base and personality of Patriarch Ling, she decided that the chances of some accident happening were very low. None of the group noticed that a cold gaze from inside the spell formation was sweeping over them. Even as Xu Qing absorbed spirit energy inside the spirit mine, he had opened his eyes and was looking outside. 3 in the 4th stage of void returning. 4 that are 2-world smoldering gods. 1 that's a 3-world smoldering god. And the strongest is a 4-world smoldering god. Killing these people would be as simple as turning over his hand. However, Xu Qing didn't want to kill anyone if it wasn't necessary. Going around slaughtering people would only cause more trouble later. Of course, if he didn't kill them, it was possible they might report that something unusual was going on at the spirit mine. Granted, the strange circumstance was nothing more than the spirit mine being locked down. Because the circumstances weren't clear, the clan would probably send someone to check on the mine. If they did, it would at least take some time for that person to arrive. On the other hand, if he did kill these people, It was likely that there were bloodline magics that would notify their clan, and then they would definitely know something was going on at the spirit mine. Given all that, Xu Qing decided that since they weren't doing anything to court death, he wouldn't take any action. He just continued absorbing the spirit energy. The spirit energy was already starting to get thin. Based on Xu Qing's estimations, it would only take about 2 more hours to absorb all of it. Although absorbing it could help improve his cultivation base a bit, the main reason Xu Qing wanted it was to bolster his 7 extreme Daos. That's especially true of the Daos of space and time. As far as he was concerned, he had not developed those extremes far enough. Therefore, as he absorbed the spirit energy, he focused on seeking enlightenment based on his experience in that vortex he had passed through in the primeval sea. He had begun doing so in the minor world bubble, and was continuing to do so while absorbing the spirit energy. As the process went on, he also took some of the holy Fardark nectar. That made the enlightenment come even easier. In that manner, time passed. Occasionally, he would run into side issues, but overall, progress was good. About an hour later, Hai Shan was starting to have some misgivings. "Junior sister Ling," he said, looking over at her, "even if Senior Ling is in the middle of cultivation, doesn't he have a servant? Can't you get in touch with the servant?" Junior sister Ling was feeling more uneasy than ever. She nodded. "I did, but he didn't answer." Everyone else reacted visibly to this news. One by one, they looked over at Hai Shan. Hai Shan's eyes narrowed. "If Senior Ling is so busy with cultivation, we shouldn't bother him. Let's just leave." With that, he flew back onto the black boat. The others hesitated briefly before following. Junior sister Ling was feeling extremely worried and wanted to offer a different suggestion. But considering how serious Hai Shan looked, she didn't dare. And thus, the group flew off. After the boat was a certain distance away, it stopped in midair. Hai Shan looked back at the mine, his eyes narrowed. If Patriarch Ling and his servant aren't responding to messages, it could mean a number of things. Maybe they really are in the middle of cultivation or some other important thing. It's even possible they went out to do something. Whatever they're busy with, maybe they can't tolerate any distractions, and that's why they aren't responding to messages. Of course, there's another possibility. What if something bad happened? The spell formation is completely intact, with no damage. That indicates that if something bad happened, it didn't involve an outside attack. What's more, we waited outside for about an hour. Nothing happened to us, and we were able to leave freely. All of this seems to indicate. After some more thought, Hai Shan turned to junior sister Ling. "Does Patriarch Ling have any enemies? When was the last time you were in touch with him?" "The Patriarch never leaves loose ends," she replied immediately. "He always gets rid of his enemies right away. What's more, he's been the guardian here for years and hasn't done any traveling in that time. I contacted him only a few days ago. It was after we had finished the mission and were on the way back." Hai Shan considered the information. It seemed to him that given only a few days had passed, it wasn't likely that there had been some dramatic event. Even if there had, it was likely still in the beginning phases. That said, if Senior Ling Feng was so focused that he couldn't respond to messages, that seemed to indicate that if a dramatic event was underway, it probably involved an imperial sovereign. And that meant that there was a chance to earn some credit here. If I just report that something suspicious is going on, but it turns out everything is normal, then the clan won't be happy with me. Therefore, after more thought, he decided that the best thing would be to try to get more information, but keep his distance. There wouldn't be any harm in that. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. In doing so, he called on his direct bloodline authority to connect to the spirit mine's formation. His eyes flashed with a blood-colored light. Focusing the clan authority in his eyes, he peered inside the spell formation, too. When he saw the situation inside, his face fell. The entire area was in ruins, and he saw 2 eyes as cold as death. A tremor passed through him and blood sprayed out of his mouth. His cultivation base reeled. "Get out of here!" he shouted. Without any hesitation, he sent the boat speeding off into the distance. At the same time, he took out a clan jade slip to send a call for help. The others had no idea what was going on, but they all looked visibly taken aback. Unfortunately, before Hai Shan could even finish taking out the jade slip, a cold voice echoed about. "You shouldn't have looked." A huge hand filled the gazes of Hai Shan and the others. They were suddenly surrounded by a huge spatial grid. Time seemed to slow down. Everything went black. The hand closed. They were destroyed in body and soul. Even the flying boat was crushed into ashes. Everything went quiet. A moment later, the spirit mind's spell formation rippled, and Xu Qing emerged, having completely absorbed all the spirit energy. He looked around. "So this is the 5th star ring," he murmured. He burst into motion. 1. Hai Shan. Hai is a surname which means sea ocean. It's not very common as a surname. Shan means mountain. So these characters together mean sea and mountain, and are the same characters from the sea and mountain incantation earlier in the novel. If you reverse them, they're mountain and sea, as in mountain and sea region from earlier in the novel, or all the mountain and sea stuff from ISSDH. This name could well be a Taoist name, but there isn't any definitive proof either way, and it's not important, so I'm going to interpret it as an ordinary surname and given name. 2. Just to be clear, his direct bloodline authority is not the magical cultivation godly authority, but rather ordinary authority, i.e. permission or the right to do something. Chapter 1100, 5th Star Ring. A majestic red aurora swelled like a river through the canopy of heaven. Because it ebbed and flowed, it didn't cast its light evenly, causing the silty ground to shift back and forth between brightness and gloom. It wasn't just the ground and the spirit mine that was covered in sludge. The land surrounding the mine looked the same. Xu Qing knew the explanation for that thanks to the imperial sovereign's servant. This place was in the south of the 5th star ring and was considered a very remote area. A long time ago, it had been a huge sea. In fact, it had been the 5th star ring's primeval sea. Later on, the immortal paragon had compacted the starry sky in the 5th star ring, as well as the primeval sea, which was a place that countless gods had called home. This place had eventually been occupied by cultivators. Unfortunately, the lands were poor and infertile. The upside was that there was no mutagen. The gods in the 5th star ring had been conquered, and to some extent, it was correct to say that they had been outlawed. Considering that the aura of the gods, in other words mutagen, was harmful to cultivators, it was only natural that it would be stamped out. In the end, the cultivators started assimilating the gods, turning them into nutrients, extracting their life force to make spirit energy for cultivators to use. As Xu Qing traveled, he could feel the effects of that. Every single one of his pores felt extremely comfortable as the spirit energy in heaven and earth automatically poured into him. He felt like parched lands that were benefiting from a spring rainfall. There seemed no end to the spirit energy, and though it wasn't as strong as it had been in the mine, it was still there. There's nowhere in the revered ancient mainland that comes close to this. As he instinctively absorbed the spirit energy, he sent his divine will out to assess his surroundings. He could sense the natural and magical laws in this area. That was an ability unique to smoldering god cultivators. By means of the local natural and magical laws, it was possible to directly sense the world. His divine will made it possible to see semi-transparent threads all around him, connecting to everything. They were natural and magical laws. Once one's cultivation base reached a certain level, it would be possible to affect and even control them. As Xu Qing assessed his surroundings with divine will, he was able to find the sources of those threads. A thoughtful look appeared on his face, and the vigilance in his heart grew stronger. As he sensed the world around him, he had felt its majesty. What was more, in the sources of the natural and magical laws, he had detected boundless wills. Many of these natural and magical laws have been laid claim to already. He retracted his divine will and looked up into the sky. He didn't make direct contact with any of the wills he had sensed. However, he did check to see what would happen if he tried to use some of those natural and magical laws. It was not a violation to do so. Although the natural and magical laws here seem to be operating in order, the reality is that they are full of a certain type of chaos. He looked around. Within the feedback from the natural and magical laws, he could sense blood and slaughter. So this is also a place where the weak are the prey of the strong. In fact, it's even more intense than back home. A day later, he was able to confirm his supposition when he witnessed a bloodbath. A majestic merchant convoy was flying through the sky. There were several thousand people in it, and as beasts of burden they had a host of gigantic creatures that resembled rhinos. They were transporting some items that Xu Qing didn't recognize, but obviously they were things that couldn't be fit into bags of holding. Based on the auras he could sense, the convoy had powerful experts as guards. It looked like an extraordinary convoy. Considering what Xu Qing could see and sense, he doubted anyone would dare to cause trouble for them. But then the bloodbath occurred. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a troop of bandits came out of nowhere. There were thousands of them, maybe even more than 10,000, and they immediately set upon the merchants. The fighting was fierce, and there were many deaths. Cultivators screamed, beasts bellowed. The stench of blood spread everywhere. As the fighting played out, it was even possible to see some enslaved, godly entities. Most shocking of all was that the merchants actually unleashed a god. It was a huge eye that was bound like a slave. At one time, the eye had been covered with tentacles, but most of the tentacles had been severed, and the eye was covered in sealing marks. This god was obviously in the godfair level. It served as some sort of trump card, and as the slaughter played out, it was basically nothing more than a weapon. Xu Qing wasn't sure how the battle ended. He watched from a distance for a while, but when he noticed streams of divine will from both sides getting close to him, he left. The incident had nothing to do with him, and there was no need to get involved. His departure didn't go completely smoothly. The two incoming streams of divine will were both hostile and seemed unwilling to let him go free. However, as they got close, his eyes flashed coldly, and he sent his own divine will shooting out aggressively. Sometimes, avoiding trouble requires more than keeping your head down. It can be better to make it clear you're not to be trifled with. The principle applied in the fifth star ring just as much as it did in revered ancient. The various streams of divine will clashed. Multicolored lightning flashed in the sky. Natural and magical laws were made manifest, and loud rumblings made it clear that the weather was changing for the worse. A blizzard and heavy rain struck at the same time. And then, the other two streams of divine will backed away. Clearly they were afraid and didn't want to pose an obstacle. Xu Qing went on his way, his face completely expressionless. Similar incidents occurred on 3 additional occasions over the next few days. And seeing bloodbath after bloodbath gave Xu Qing a clear picture of how brutal and blood-stained this world was. Like venomous bugs in a jar. It's almost like the entire fifth star ring is full of powerful experts who climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood to get to where they are. Xu Qing looked down beneath his feet. There was a valley below, and inside, another bloodbath had just played out. Corpses lay everywhere. An incredibly strong aura of death had overtaken the spirit energy. Next to a large pile of blood-soaked corpses was a young man in a black robe, seated cross-legged. His expression was cold as he performed breathing exercises using the death energy. An instant later, he opened his eyes and looked up at Xu Qing. "This is my spirit lode," he said. After statting his claim to the location, the young man's eyes flitted to another spot outside the valley. There, ripples were spreading out as a person was forced out of the concealment of invisibility. It was a pretty young woman. She opened her mouth to speak, but didn't have time. A flying sword shot out of the young man's head, glittering with cold aggression. Moving with blinding speed, it stabbed right into the young woman's forehead. As her corpse toppled to the ground, the flying sword returned to the young man. Then it shifted to point at Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked down with narrowed eyes. He had noticed the invisible young woman, of course. Now, sensing the hostility from the young man in black, he chose to continue on his way without saying a word. After Xu Qing was gone, The young man continued to look up at the sky vigilantly. After confirming that the powerful expert had indeed left, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. That guy really felt dangerous. Some distance away, Xu Qing thought back to the young man with the sword. He's not an imperial sovereign. He's only a smoldering god, but he has some sort of authority related to death. What's more, he doesn't actually seem alive. That said, they had no beef with each other. After some thought, Xu Qing realized it just went to show how he should view the cultivators from the 5th star ring. This place doesn't have a lot of weaklings. Although the imperial sovereign's servant made it seem like this place is very orderly, after everything I've seen, I can tell that the only rules that really count are those put in place by the immortal capital. As long as you don't break their rules, then you can do whatever you want. And that means this place is dangerous and chaotic. Considering the level of the servant's cultivation base, he only knows some of the basics. When it comes to all the finer details, for instance the geographic layout or the specific organizations here, I can't rely fully on the information I got from his memories. Being as cautious as he was, Xu Qing wasn't even going to fully trust the information from the soul search. If he did that, but then it turned out the person he had soul searched was misinformed, then he could pay a price for that incorrect information. I need to stick to my original plan. I need to find a city where I get some accurate information. After some thought, he picked a place he had learned about from the servant's memories and headed in that direction. In the central part of the southern region was a place the 5th star ring cultivators called the Grand Immortal Mountain. It was called a mountain, but the reality was that it was an endless mountain range filled with many rising and falling mountains that numbered in the hundreds of thousands at the very least. The place was filled year-round with white mist, within which moved drifting forms that seemed to be immortal beings. Sometimes the wind would blow, thinning the mist and revealing spectacularly beautiful palaces and temples crafted from the finest jade. It really did seem like an immortal paradise. The immortal spirit energy here surpassed any other area in the south, as this place was the capital. In a location in the very middle of Grand Immortal Mountain, in a place surrounded by a ring of mountain peaks, there was an astonishing silver-colored temple. The temple had staircases of more than 10,000 steps leading up to it from all sides. The towering temple itself looked almost like an altar. The temple was glorious to behold. It was constructed primarily from 16,000 planks of immortal green cedar, had golden-colored roof tiles made from glazed spirit ceramics, featured 2 golden osmanthus trees shaped like coiling dragons, and was decorated with delicate sculptures carved from immortal jade. It went without saying that every surface was richly ornamented. Below the temple was a plaza crafted from immortal jade slabs, within which were 160 glowing statues organized into 2 rows. Within the main hall of this extravagantly amazing temple was a holy throne, atop which sat an old man clad in a silver robe. He almost looked like a mortal, except that his eyes would occasionally flash with something brilliant that made it seem like he was gazing down on the entire world. There was currently a performance going on including singing and dancing. Sleeves rippled in the wind, bells chimed, and voices undulated melodiously. Some sandalwood incense was burning, the smoke curling through the hall and making everything seem hazy and mysterious. A middle-aged man entered the hall, clad in a long robe decorated with clouds. When he walked, the clouds looked like they were moving, lending him a very extraordinary aura. Walking through the dancers and the haze of the incense, he reached the seat of honor. Clasping hands, he gave a deep bow of respect. Greetings, immortal. The opening ceremony of the trial of the hunt will begin soon in the immortal capital. How many disciples of our Grand Immortal Mountain will be joining the hunt this time? A moment passed after his voice echoed out. Then the old man on the throne, who was hardly visible through the haze, nodded slightly. 30%. I hope one of them turns out to have potential. By the way, Lanyun, I hope all of you remember to follow the rules unlike last time. Grand Emperors are not to interfere. That's the rule. The immortal capital wants to find chosen who have risen fairly through the carnage. They don't want greenhouse flowers. His voice was calm, but it contained a bit of a threat. Yes, sir, Lan Yun replied respectfully. 1. The old man on the throne regarded Lan Yun for a moment, then coolly continued. There's no need for such formality between us, Lan Yun. Lan Yun considered his words and then nodded. You occupy the highest of positions, immortal. Etiquette must be maintained. With that, Lan Yun turned and left. The old man said nothing further. The singing and dancing resumed. The smoke from the sandalwood incense continued to burn, swirling about in the hall, slowly obscuring the delicate, beautiful, and lifelike images in the artwork. The octagonal palace lanterns hung about cast their light into the haze, causing the entire hall to become increasingly mysterious. 1 Lan Yun. Lan is not very commonly used as a surname, but it is listed as a surname. It means mist, mountain forest vapor. Yun means cloud. When I asked Madame Deathblade for her reaction, she actually thought it was a woman's name, which led to some confusion. It's conceivable this could be intended to be a Taoist name, but there's not enough evidence to prove it, so I'm treating it like an ordinary surname and given name.